Another space explorer. Hey, you ever think of joining up with the Vanguard? Help the United Colonies, earn some credits, even get your UC citizenship? United Colonies volunteer fleet. Independent captains enlist, get to use their own ships, and the UC provides them with sustained work and credits. And put in your time, and you're guaranteed UC citizenship and everything that comes with it. Discounts on UC goods and medical services, chance to own a place in New Atlantis. Only way a foreign captain could even dream of seeing those sorts of benefits. So, you want in? Excellent. Just need to do a little paperwork. An orientation on the UC, and knock out an exam, and a probationary mission. We need to know you'll be able to hack it out there after all. Do well. You'll be out there keeping the peace in no time.
Don't forget, John. I need him back after you wrap him in that fancy get-up of yours.
No worries, Sarah. I'm not forgetting about you or our little business afterwards. Promise. First things first, head down to the orientation hall and get signed up at the registration terminal. System will walk you through the... What can I do for you, applicant? MASS is short for military. From here, the 3 co-equal divisions of the UC government. Be that through mutual defense, political... Now, serving any of the UC's divisions grants it. Understandable. Most people... Not something I'd ever choose. Military used to have a pretty narrow view of where the best pilots came from. The creation of the Vanguard was an acknowledgement by the brass that... So it's the Vanguard's job... Right. Got so wound up bringing you on board, I almost forgot.
Oh, I haven't. Come on, John. Let's hear it, before you try to convince him to join the Marines.
All right. Here's what I've got. Vanguard volunteer by the name of Moera. Helps patrol the old neighborhood. Sol, Mars, Neptune, you know.
The Sol system? Which admiral did he upset to get that posting?
He's Martian, born and raised. Not like I can get anyone else to care. Word is he's got some fancy metal ornament he's been showing off to the old grounders. Matches that description Sarah gave me. You kidding? Lowest posting request rate in the whole fleet. Only thing there the UC cares about is Mars. And no one wants to go to Mars. They want to get off Mars. Oh, he goes way back. Think he was recruit number 81 or something. Hey, Vanguards risk their lives every day to keep people safe. So what if he doesn't understand whatever this fancy thing of yours is?
Easy there, John. We all have our sore points. Everyone agrees we need to talk to your Vanguard about what he found. Let's leave it at that.
All right, I'll let it slide. No good for the recruiting office to be seen arguing with the civs anyway. Sol system has a lot of planets, but a vet like Moera will be checking in at Sidonia on the regular.
You mean hitting the bars, don't you, John?
Hey, nothing wrong with a little refresh between patrols. You'll have to ask him, but Vanguard volunteers have retrieval rights if they get into a scrap. Wouldn't be surprised if he found it off of a pirate or something like that. Yeah, bring a coloring book. You get so used to seeing red, you'll forget what blues and greens look like. It's definitely a lifestyle, burning helium out there, seeing where the stars take you.
我是不是应该先在这边弄任务啊？好像一开始就走错路了。哦，玩没多久就当哦，谢哦。当了啦，一来就宕机哦，实在很不稳定哎。他们最常发生这种 最常当掉的地方就是在你跨那个星系那边读取的时候，我看到那个圈圈一卡住，我就知道他当了。可是为了让那个 FPS 稳定一点，不得不装啊，就偶尔当一下应该还行啊。装这个的话，我觉得这个脚变超热的。哦，不是吧？没有那种东西好啊。他那个就是硬装的吧？那个 DLSS 就是这样硬装的东西啊。
Excellent. Just do well. You'll be up.
Don't forget.
装那个靠那个游戏里面那个 FS 啊，那个好像有点破。
First things first. The process starts with registration down in the orientation.
Right.
Oh, I have.
All right.
The Sol system.
He's Martian. Word is he's got some fancy. Soul system is a lot of planets.
You
mean
他只是
hitting the
没
bars,
讲
don't
什
you,
么。
John?
Hey, nothing.
好，
It's definitely a lifestyle.
那也没讲什么。这边今天出个档哦，怕怕的。
Back
可以
in
装那个啊，
Sidonia.
不是
Ah,
4090吗？
I cherish these visits to the
哎，不对，搞不好根本不用
forgotten
装
corners
哎
of the United Colony.
显卡太强了。跑起来也是很凉啊。顶得住啦，我417就顶得住了。我现在全开，然后跑60 FPS 吧，然后有装那个模组的话，显卡大概只有50%在跑吧。看一下，43%，还蛮凉的啊。高温只有50度而已。还好啊，捡垃圾稳吧。哎，它是在哪里啊？而且一定要装那个什么，一定要装这个物品栏模组，不装的话，实在是那个它预设那个物品栏实在太脑残了。啊？怎么那么清楚？哪一个？做物品栏吗？这个、啊？这个一定要装的啊！他那个肥优应该也看过预设那个吧？反正就是很破啊！我连那个，我连我自己身上到底有多少东西我都不知道。我要一个一个这样慢慢切。我真的没看到那么脑残的那个物品栏。这边好像会帮你算 DPS 之类的吧？那就是有的没的啊。他帮你看，他帮你跟你讲说这枪是用什么弹药、还有什么东西？哎呦，还要显示，哎，我记得在商店的时候，你可以看到你的那个那些东西，还有那个什么商店卖的东西，在你包包有多少？
Not everyone needs to come to me with their problems. He ain't been around. Went off on patrol. Hasn't been back in since. We're starting to think it might be time to
全靠梦的
pour
啊！
one out to the blackest sea.
哇，又回来了。全黑海又是哪
Got
里？
another word for it?
He means outer space.
哦，
Ma'am. Believe me, I've heard it. After about round 3 or 4 was all he would talk about. And he's got a voice that carries. Look, nothing more I'd love than to help out a fellow Martian. Especially one that's missing. But,
He has a tab, and you don't know if he's coming back.
还有
It's
帮
a
他付是
lot
吧
of？credits, okay?
不会
I
吧？
let it slide for a long time because he's a regular,
会
but
吧？你说呢？
if I'm out all that money,
这应该不关我的事啊！
what do you say?
哇，说服还是什么？说谎还可以代替我发言。
No, I've done this routine. Let's skip to the part where you admit you're lying about what he owes.
You calling me a liar? I'll throw both of you out of this bar right now.
Oh, please. Two strangers arrive from off-world asking for information only you have. You see an opportunity. Everyone always does. Lower the price. Don't think we can't find another way to get what we want.
Fine.
变1000块了，错哦，可是我还是不想付。说服。
Come on. Life on Sidonia ain't hard enough. You're gonna guilt trip me?
没错。呵。告诉我，都不会再烦
Just
你。
annoying enough that this might work. Yeah.
有没有
I'll get you？
这连付都不用付啊！
All right, I give up. Just trying to earn a living here. Last time, he was
先
in
呛完
America
他，再
yelling
说
about
服
the
他。
lady of love, singing songs, all that kind of thing.
Venus? That's only one planet. Hardly an entire patrol route.
I got what I got, okay?
Fine. We'll make do.
"对了，好像要玩的话，好像要装在那个什么吧？那个，哎，为什么不能动？好像不能装在沙塔 SSD 上面，就好像因为好像有些人讲装在那种装在那边好像会卡卡的，不知道为什么。我不知道他在读什么挖狗。瓦鲁狂徒是什么？有看到他的船吗？
No other ship readings in the area, and I doubt they'd be so calm if a vanguard had flown by recently. No idea. They appear and attack people. House Varun technically has diplomatic ties to the other factions, but the Zealots are outside of their control. Or so they say. No, but I think I see something else that might. There's a UC satellite beacon hovering distressingly close to those Varun ships. If we can get close enough to it, we could download its logs and figure out where our vanguard was heading to next.
啊，开火啊！
Three ships to our one.
三对一而已。
Creep forward. They might not notice us getting closer. But yes, worst case, we fight our way through.
啊，还可以这样子哦！我靠，等一下，我现在还知道飞船也可以潜行耶！什么鬼啊？没有人在跟你潜行的啦！干，好像有点高等诶。是的。哇，稍微潜行一下啊。
Oh, great serpent, bless this communion that we may walk in Janan Verun's footsteps. That he jumped from the soul system out into the beyond and touched your magnificence. That he learned the truth of the shrouding, the coming eternal embrace. That you will reward the promised and cast the accursed into shadow.
不懂啊，为什么电力？为什么开这样子？那个什么，那个最小电力可以潜行？超迷！我可以潜行就潜行吧，但这样开好慢哦。看一下他们在哪里。 啊，好慢！看我要这样，我要让它这样飞3700多公尺，真是谢了。没事，快到哦！我觉得我自己我也干不太赢诶，是不是有点高等啊？我是小破船而已啊，干这艘船真的超破的，想到昨天一直被打烂，真的是。呀！到了。月球轨道上。
Oh, that's not good. Earth and everything around it was abandoned a long time ago.
地球到底怎么了？
And the old star yards are crawling with spacers and other scavengers.
好，踩人，扫描一下。下这里吗？嗯。那它在哪里啊？这里？哎，等一下，它在哪里？环宇新造船厂啊？不是这里吗？干！你怎么那么容易当掉啊？ 没有动到什么东西啊？等一下。哦。我靠，这感觉就是整个都是新手教学样子啊！我直接跳过这里，直接打证明任务。难怪我觉得我什么都不会。啊？这是大气层。
It started sputtering out into space. Humanity had about 50 years to evacuate the planet. That's kind of how the United Colonies government started, managing the exodus. Earth is more or less a dust ball now. You can occasionally find a few remnants of the world we left behind on the surface, but not much.
别怪什么生气哦，我要在月球上漫步。
Take a little detour. I admit I wouldn't say no. Just remember, we need to find Vanguard Moara and that artifact when we're done.
就按按，好，没反应，走。存个档，等船。
I don't suppose I have time for a nap before we leave.
Greetings, Captain.
2 steps in, and we're already looking at a corpse. Okay, it's not Vanguard Moara. Looks like spacers were scavenging around here, and someone else came in and said hello. Oh, this won't be your last encounter with a spacer crew. They pillage abandoned facilities and shoot anyone who gets in their way.
Of service, Captain.
They're even less organized than the Crimson Fleet. Just countless desperate groups scavenging and killing to survive.
就这。我先换一下哦。感觉这把已经不用了，那应该只能留着备用而已啊。好像不是这个，这个嘞，有一个。 这里的东西都好烂哦，果然是一开始才来的地方。我操，超多人的，那红点是怎么回事啊？哼，凉了。
Worked on for nothing.
You're done.
干我站在中间会不会夹啊？他们两团人一人一边哎。哎，不是我弹夹超多的哎，不是那个什么，这个弹夹子弹超多的，早知道不一直换了，刚刚没有注意看。没了。旧钥匙拿来，用在哪里？这边不是很，他不是说很久就没有在用了吗？居然还有电。带点武器啊，带点武器回去卖。看小包包，感觉有点满哎。这个武器应该带一点好了，有颜色就好了。翻盘啊？ 我连餐盘都吃了，这餐盘到底什么鬼啊？餐盒吧，还是什么？怎么会吃餐盘？这东西看起来超少的，就这样子一小块一小块一小块，这什么挖口啊？中间这包也不知道是什么，什么牙签吗？哎，不对，这边才是牙签，看得出来，这牙签小叉子啊，中间这包是什么？看不出来啊，这么大一个，这么大一个盒子装那么一点东西，这就是2330吗？把一些比较重的东西掉哦。零食、荞麦面、气泡水，还有什么？这个也喝一下好了。酱包看起来不像酱包哦。鸟棒，给我一点子弹啊！子弹真的不够用啊！就坠一下而已哦。哎啊，这个不该捡的。我刚才是从这里来的吧
Well, I suppose they're not going to need it anymore.
下应该没有人了吧？我记得刚才看到另外一侧好像有人哎。算了，我捡我的。我靠！地板上怎么掉那么多枪？哎，不是，这不是枪啊！这应该是丝带啊。怎么在楼上？楼下，等一下，没事的，没事的，在楼下。等等，人过去收拾你们。我们捡完这一大堆咖啡袋，别急。还是要冲上去了，是不是？别，东西还没有捡完。这个，哎，谁啊？谁啊？ 有一个人呢？这个地图都没有显示他到底在哪里，就是楼下吗？没了，轻轻松松。不过这边的敌也超菜的啊，感觉真的是那个教学关卡我没有来。我一开始的那个关卡给这么多敌人，会不会太硬了？哦，很烂。这里有点大呢，我觉得我应该要收一阵子啊。还有紫色的。等一下再来看那个装到底是什么。那现在看好了，传奇的，应该不错吧？啊？奔跑时啊，奔跑受阻时消耗什么东西啊？奔跑受阻时撞到墙吗？感觉也没有说很好哎。它这边的数值就比较差，这边就普通了。它的效果好像也没什么特别的啊，就是这个飞行背包，好像没什么特别的。它也卖不了多少钱。看起来就是个垃圾。呀，帮我拿一下，别走。包包满了。干，他好像也快满了哎。帮我扛太多东西了，我忘记帮他清包包哦。完了。哇，太满了。
Bye。
刚从这里上来的。就是说我要把那些植物死掉啊。
Vanguard Moira. Sorry if I had to reclaim some UC property, but this whole star yard is overrun. I've patched up my ship, and I'm heading to Neptune. Going to put in another request to get the fleet out here to deal with these spacers. But until then, if any of you thugs are listening, I'm the damn ghost stealing your stuff in the night. Clear chance?
It's almost daring the Spacers to come after him. It's actually not a bad plan. Much better odds destroying one of their ships than fighting them all at once here. There's a huge difference between being prepared and carrying too much.
人呢？这里有点眼熟，是不是来过、啊？往下哦。这边感觉要吃一点，我看一下，有没有加那个恢复氧气的、啊？哎，有吧？我记得饮料那种移动速度，都喝光了吗？啊，有了。头盔拿下来会比较好一点啊。哎，回复好像比较快一点嘞。啊，不对，我喝饮料的关系。我就捡。这个饮料减一点哦。那怎么好听到好像你讲话声音啊？哎，军粮。看，还有一个人哦，吓死我！偷吃东西是吧？ 以做什么？外星酒。哎，等一下，这个好像，哎，加10负重能力啊，不行，我家负重也爆哦。外星波霸奶茶，还有珍珠哎、这珍珠是怎么来的、啊？芳香剂不对，薄膜，珍珠是哪边生出来的、啊？
Good thing you had the schematics for that.
11点吧，看一下，这个应该是，哎，算了，等一下应该还有一场，战斗吧，打了之后把它吃一吃哦。那个波霸奶茶嘞，加10，哎，这也是加10，就吃这个吧，至少可以让我回复快一点。太难吃哦，感觉这边荒废那么久哦。这边会不会有什么文件之类的、啊？哎，有个餐盘，零食盒装包。点垃圾啊！这边我连一片吐司都不放过啊！看我负重都爆了，我不知道等下会有什么影响、啊。对吼，他想要叫那个机器人的负重会比较高一点啊！想要叫他来帮我扛、欸。哎，我回来了啊！绕一圈了。哎，等一下，我什么时候绕一圈回来的、啊？
Hello.
先继续把垃圾卖一卖吧，不然真是太多。哪边可以卖垃圾呢？ 呀，你又宕机哦？哎，没有，还好。哦，卡了一下，吓我一跳。看看外面有没有可以卖的。有商人，去跑。
Appointments to be made, but I can spare a moment. Plenty on offer. If you're
要卖什么装备器？有点多啊。 刚才是捡的什么比较垃圾的？看一下啊，看 DPS 啊。这个比较轻，这轻很多哎、欸。这卖掉啊。全满造成双倍伤害，腐蚀伤害。这感觉是拿救援服来暗杀。啊，这个吧，救援服看起来比较强一点。 还有什么？这把我觉得好像不太用了，但是啊，卖掉哦。还有什么？这一把，2把好像都一样烂哎，我卖掉这把好了。重量有点差呢，可是这把好像这把有改，这把没有改啊。哎，不对，这把有火焰伤害，为什么啊？这把比较轻。啊，就这样。然后我看好像多捡了几个吧。手出全部，哎，看他没有钱嘞！我靠，他没钱了！你好意思就在这一点钱出来？我看他有没有伤人。
Trade Authority at your service. Looking for something? No. Well, why didn't you say so?
看他只有带700块哦！我靠，穷爆哦！哎，这也卖不了多少钱啊，140块，好吧？头盔。这个也太重了吧！买了，不需要这么重的。这比较好哎。那什么嘞？地雷这不用啊。啊，他没有钱哦。有没有人啊？定居者。
What have we got here? Don't look like a fellow home. Got some knickknacks I could part with.
看，这也是出门不带钱的。怎么办嘞？把这些卖一卖，先卖一个，留个10几个就好了吧？这个是不需要那么多啊。扛这么多尾巴在干嘛？哎，他没钱了。
Don't mind us, just passing through. Always willing to help another wanderer. 这个树不知道干嘛的，卖。这个卖。这个好像是比较稀有的。看起来就很重啊，卖。
Star Yard offers competitive options for private buyers. Please dock to see our sales representative.
这边可以停靠吗？造船厂可不可以靠？哎，可以耶。看看这边有卖什么船。
All crew accounted for. We are ready to depart.
Good day, Captain.
When humanity finally left the cradle of Earth behind,
I wish Deimos was...
Deimos builds some of the toughest ships in the settled systems. That's probably why the UC Navy continues to contract with them to this day.
Deimos ships are responsible for countless victories. They're a true piece of history.
哪边有卖船的、啊？卖船不是一开始啊？这个只有板子可以用啊。
No other ship can hold it.
哦，有了，销售电脑。嗯，哎，不是这个啊。
Candle to a Deimos. It's not even close.
This is the heart of the UC.
You should be honored to step foot in here.
看这个人，这个人在干嘛？他那个脸贴超近是怎样
That feeling of sitting in the cockpit of a long sword? There's nothing like it.
These are hallowed halls.
卖船的嘞，是这些有名字的啊。走楼上那个看看。你？
Ah, it's nice to see someone not in uniform. They can be so touchy, you know. Always eager to point out the slightest problem. Oh, please tell me you aren't secretly some high-ranking general, are you?
伟大治安官。
Ah, should I bow or curtsy then? I assume you're here for a ship. Either that or you are really, really lost. Mr. Henderson handles sales, but if you want to know anything about our ships, I'm your gal. I mean, they're very good, obviously. But these days, everyone's using the same core tech, right? Oh, shit. Do you know you can be lectured on being too honest? Right. What makes Deimos special, though, is the package. We've been building ships forever, and the way we put it all together, well, it's really good. In a, I'm gonna murder my enemies sort of way. If you have your own ship, we're always looking for bulk resources. The Star Yards have negotiated a set price with the Trade Authority, twice the market rate. Most contractors either represent mining companies, but really, we don't care. Once you have the requested resources in your cargo hold, just return to me. We'll pay you the agreed fee, and we'll send the porters to pick up the cargo. If you deliver the full amount, there's a bonus in it for you, too.
一次再玩啊！可是我的货仓都装我的垃圾装满了。
Are you sure you're in the right place?
哇，好多种船哦！这该不会都是真的可以买的吧？小模型，至少看起来是超大的，这应该是 C 的吧？现在只能开到 B 的而已啊。你在卖？
What do we have here? A civilian in my Star Yard. Deimos prides itself on being the UC's first and last line of defense in space. But we're more than happy to protect and arm bold entrepreneurs that do their business among the stars. Anyone that flies in space earns my respect. Heck, an independent may be even braver. You don't have a fleet at your back when the Crimson Fleet comes calling. So, let's see about getting you a proper ship, one worthy of you.
可以免费的吗？看看你的。
The best decision you've made all year.
那你卖什么？常见。梦甲步兵，看起来还行耶，但好贵哦，没钱啊。可是它的那个货物容量怎么那么小？200而已。秘籍方阵，好像是刚刚墙上看到的。我靠，16万。软件，宙斯盾，我靠，20，贵哦，穷到爆哦。
Yes, they are.
看起来真的很厉害啊，价钱方面。
43 combat missions. It never once failed me. That's what you get with Deimos. Our ships have been battle tested for decades longer than anyone else. I've had a long and successful military career. Deimos starships have played a major part in it. In fact, I'm sure that if I flew any lesser starship, I probably wouldn't be standing here right now talking to you. That's what Deimos affords you. The confidence to go soaring into the fire, the death, and know that you will make it out alive.
我喜欢火力猛点啊。
Then you'll love the ships we have on offer. If you ever get into a combat situation, your enemies won't know what hit them. And that's the way it should be. When you get serious
当然
about
要
your
会
space
吹啊！
craft,
你假如不会吹的话，到底是谁要买你的船啊？你要说我的船超破了，一开出去就烂这样。先吹烂好啊！之后假如出问题的话，都是你的操作不当。那个驾驶员问题啊，懂吗？驾驶员太废了，那个发挥不出我们那个船的那个100%性能。哦，还有什么可以卖的？我这包包到底为什么那么满啊？看一下，靠，飞船零件啦！哎，满了。飞船零件这种东西也不能带太多。等一下，我看一下这个，这个不知道能不能掉。在哪里啊？实地探勘，这个应该是那个稀有资源吧？应该吧？不然他怎么特别出一个那个笔记给你看呢？哎，这个东西居然可以卖钱哦！靠，4500，不值钱的吗？看数据。哎，我怎么那么多啊？看这该不会这个可以卖吧？我不知道拿去哪边卖。最起码，哎，这个是我带身上吗？啊，这是我身上没错。再看看外面有没有商人可以帮我收垃圾好，多买一点垃圾啊。
Have a tight itinerary today, so I'd ask you to keep. I've got some cargo that could use a good home.
武器从我船上卖吧。救援这个东西实在太多，也不需要这么多那个什么，这个是面包啊，它那个好像也不能，好像应该不能再加工了吧？把它卖掉哦。麦片盒子，这是可以直接吃的东西吗？卖。哦，我再看一下，还有什么啊？资源我刚才不是卖很多了吗？还是要把一些普通的，不行，我觉得普通我现在用到比较多，猫干粮，不是像大。制成部件这个感觉可以先卖掉哎，因为这个东西超重的、啊，看这一个东西5公斤，我也不知道用在什么地方，先把这个稀有卖掉算了。这种奇异的看起来好像比较高级一点啊，虽然说我也不知道是不是，这个东西留一点吧。这个卖出去也没有多少钱，几块钱而已。铀居然是普通的资源哦！啊，买！啊，无法人交易，为什么？这个普通资源还有什么啊？铁是蛮普通的啦。兽皮，感觉这个再卖一点欸，都不知道用在什么地方。好，就这样。然后看一下，继续解吧，解到一半。没打。人嘞？哎，是个飞船。
There's a ship just drifting out there. No time to take in the sights. That could be our vanguard.
是不是凉了？人没了。没反应呢。
Something's wrong. The ship's weapons are powering up. Get ready. If you stop shooting at us, we'd be more than happy to respond.
Mercs hijacked my ship. White lined a couple of them, but they've locked me down. Really could use an assist.
We blow that ship out of the stars, he's dead and our artifact's gone. We're going to have to board. Target the engines. Once they stall out, we'll have our chance.
转速好慢哦。 爆炸喽！哎，不是，它要爆炸了！啊！引擎停机，我看起来它是要爆炸了嘞，它像引擎停机的样子吗？
Start the docking routine. Come on, let's go rescue that Vanguard.
要我打引擎也太难了吧？他说他那个瞄准好像也是自己瞄的、啊，我就只能开炮而已啊。
Time to get this ship moving.
别喽！哎，不是这一层吗？下面没有啊。完了，瞎了，到底哪边？要技能才能打引擎，好哦。人呢？
Nice bit of work. Very much we can survive at this low of a temperature.
Am I glad to meet whoever you two are. Looks like we're all in one piece. Any day you walk away from, right? Ecliptic mercs. they'll work for anyone. And vanguards don't exactly make friends with local pirates, thieves, and scavengers. Think enough of them finally got fed up and they pool their money to hire professionals.
前面不是在挑衅别人？
I hear that. If the universe was a nice place, all
结果
soldiers
人家都
would
来了，
retire,
还被打烂
and no home would be
就这样
missing
哦
a seat at the table. Who are you two, anyway?
Constellation.
Seriously? Guess that's where the respect for space comment was coming from. Man, I've only heard stories.
We've heard stories too, about a strange object you found on patrol.
So, you know what that thing is? I tried to hawk it in Sidonia, and the guy thought I was peddling phony titanium.
It doesn't play nice with scanners. It'd be worthless to someone trying to flip rare minerals quickly.
So you're saying I shouldn't be using it as a hood ornament? Hey, I'll trade some weird space rock for a rescue anytime. Hope you figure out whatever that thing is.
Let's grab the artifact. Just give the...
"我还没有拿吗？他不是直接给我了？搞毛啊！放在哪里？" 哎，靠！它挂在这里啊！真的当装饰啊！对，好像船就这样坏在这里啊！我们把它抛下啊！这样是没问题的哦。然后呢？好像没讲哎。后续要干嘛？返回肉室哦。不录。
Did you... It fits!
Ask if you've got questions.
Spiked a bit, but it's
Speak up if you have ideas.
Is there anything
We're all
new,
here for the same reason.
No, it's the same as before. There's a massive output as the artifact is added, then it harmonizes. Like it's waiting for the others.
That's speculation, but I think you're right. We need more. Here. You've earned this. Welcome to Constellation. As a full member this time.
哎，你不要再给我垃圾了，住手！
Honestly, this just makes it more official. Call it right person, right place, right time. But once the artifacts started coming together, you were one of us. Well, if you ever find a relic bottle from Earth, we'll all be happy to share it with you. By the way, how would you like to keep traveling together? I'm not sitting behind my desk for this. These artifacts are a new chapter for Constellation, and I'm going to be out there for it. And I want you out there as well. You got results. I need someone like you watching my back. All right. We've got a few more leads we should talk about. First, there's an expedition that Samco has been putting together. It's in Freestar Collective Space, and he knows it inside and out. There's also the Eye, our star station in orbit. About time for you to meet Vladimir. He's been hard at work tracking down more anomalies. And last but not least, Noel. Have we heard anything from Barrett yet?
A courier from Argos Extractors came by to let us know they're packing up the operation on Vectera. But that's it. No other word.
That's not good. We should get over there and check on Barrett in person.
哇，给那么多，快可以买一个新的船了。
We maintain a star station in orbit above us. It's where we do all our deep space scanning. Vladimir runs the station. Brilliant astronomer. Years of practical experience. His mind is always somewhere, but there's no arguing his knack for being in the right place at the wrong time. Oh, too bad he couldn't see the artifacts coming together. But knowing him, he'll be so excited when he gets a look, it won't occur to him that he's missed anything. You can thank Barrett for that, if he's still around to thank when this is all said and done. Honestly, he took this seriously before any of us. It was at his urging that we started doing deep space scans. I will admit, it was something of a shock to see Barrett taking anything seriously. It's all important, but if you want a direction, I'd grab Barrett first. He's not just an old friend. He's been all over the settled systems. Oh, that's right. He wasn't here when you first showed up. He should be back by now. I'll let him handle the introductions. If I steal his thunder, I'll never hear the end of it. Talk to you later.
I cannot wait to meet him. It's been ages since Constellation has had someone new. I wonder what he's like.
Just go easy on him. Being interrogated by a kid ain't exactly the best way to make a first impression.
I'll limit it to the really important stuff, Dad.
This does not bode well. And you must be the latest poor fool to get dragged into our dysfunctional little family. No. Funny story, caught this one stealing my ship. Only reason I didn't turn her in is because we have the same last name.
Dad.
All right.
在开玩笑，我就知道。
Just a friendly jab. Small group like this, you'll learn more about everyone than you ever
是路边
wanted
捡
to.
来的。
Kind of all that family is in a way.
Like more than you'd ever want to know. Hello, kids are around, people. Kuriko, by the way. Hi, hi. There's no you have to be this tall sign for space.
The package may be small, but she can handle herself. You'll see.
所以可以让他当队友吗？
Nice to meet anyone brave enough to fly the frontier.
Know a thing or two about spacecraft, do we?
Hey, don't spook our new friend. Frontier's a fine ship.
是一艘破船，好啊！我开那么久，
Let's
我
start
懂啊。
business. Sarah tell you about the expedition? Sure enough, that's where we're heading. The three of us are heading to Aquila, first settled planet of the Freestar Collective and, not coincidentally, the home of their capital, Aquila City. We'll land in the city's spaceports, but the frontier's our goal. It's rough country. Spawned a lot of stories. And I got a lead on a tale that makes me think one thing. Artifact. Yeah, don't piss off the Freestar Rangers. As far as the Collective is concerned, they're judge, jury, and executioner. They're the good guys, but that don't make them any less dangerous. Outside that, just don't be an asshole. Okay. We'll meet you on board your ship. Talk more when we get there. Once we land on Aquila, it's gonna be you and me. So if you want to do any freewheeling before then, Cora and I will just be riding passenger.
Can I help?
Bet you never expected to end up involved in something like this.
那我看看现在要先接什么？有一个这个嘛，还有一个找巴雷特的探知之眼，先找这个好了。这个看起来比较近啊，它就上面而已嘛。哦，就在这里，好小一个哦。叫不叫
The eye is always open to constellation.
It is pleasant to see you.
干，有时候我真的不懂哎，他那个太空站有时候就是会有一个那个他那个不让你进去的区域嘛，他都会把它用一层那个土这样堵着。干，太空站哪来的那么多土啊？这里有点大哎。都是土啊，感觉超怪的啊！就像是我昨天在那个什么，在宝藏号那边一样，跟那个土超多的，土到底在哪里来的啊？可以把它换成一些什么废铁之类，把它堵住啊。很粗细耶。整个地方就你一个人而已，房间也太多哦。我就是要前进好啊！写对话吧，看起来没东西啊。
We got a rook on deck.
Good to see Constellation getting some fresh blood. Former Crimson Fleet. An old Jacobins would be the term for it, back in my day. Left that life behind me. Even before I signed up with Constellation, I was retired. An honest job. No shame in that. Some of us have done far worse.
We've all come from different walks of life.
Wish I could have been down at the lodge to see the artifacts come together. But I got a little lost peeking through the eye.
啊，什么踩盘子啊
That one's all on me. The eye is the nickname for the star station.
Oh.
Think of it as one big telescope. Probably would have just gotten annoyed at being bothered. I'll catch a smile at our next big revelation. You know there's more to come. Now, this station, the Eye, rigged up for deep space scans. Barrett and Sarah teased out the signs of where our artifacts could be hiding after we caught our second one. But the data takes a slow ride along the Sea of Light. Years or decades between us and the fringes of space without a grav drive. No matter how good the scan, it's still just peeking at light, and she only has one speed.
Ultimately, we're not looking at a planet. We're looking at the radiation coming off a planet. And that takes years to get here.
Lot of interstellar bodies in the way, too. All that noise makes squaring the circle harder. Only going to be able to give you so many at once. Wouldn't be tipping your ear if I thought it was a waste of time. Giving you the best of what's available. No more. You won't be the only constellation out there. Andreja and Matteo are both following up on scans themselves. Matteo went out recently, but Andreja, it's been a while. Hate to pull a worried old man act on you, but I'm an old man, and I'm worried. Another rook in Constellation who's making a name for herself. Likes to be on her own. I can relate, so I try to look out for her more than most.
Yes, indeed. Stop worrying so much, Vladimir. If she's out there, we'll find her.
She should be at one of the 2 sites I've marked on your star map. Can take care of herself, but we all need backup sometimes. Anyway, hopefully you'll be catching Fortune's smile, and we'll have some more artifacts to take a closer look at. Happy hunting. Usually doesn't. I'm overdrawn from Lady Luck 3 times over. It's a long tale to tip your ear on. But if you ever wanted to visit, I have a house out there in the starfield. Thought I was going to see life's eclipse from there, but Constellation swept me away. Haven't been there since we started on the Eye. If you do go there, turn the lights off when you leave, okay?
Oh.
The Eye's seen all it can for the moment. Good. That's why I missed your little welcome party. Got caught up plotting all the data the Eye can give us. Wouldn't mind a helper's hand, though. Could speed the process along. Up-to-date planetary scans would help filter all the data I have to sift through. Maybe help to find the anomalous bits. And Constellation can slide a credit or 2 your way. All part of the mission of charting the stars, right?
让我查数据。
When you're orbiting a planet, your ship's scanners can pick up all sorts of information. Signs of life, resources, structures where they shouldn't be. It all gets downloaded into data you can hand over to anyone who's interested. And Constellation is always more interested than most. Then we're hand in hand in agreement. Now, get out there and burn some helium.
原来少这个还有钱赚啊！少要多少一点了？有吧？应该是吧？哎，是哎，看这才141而已，怎么少啊？拜。哇，10万块了，那还蛮好赚的吧
I make the visit when they need me. Don't mind the loner's life most days, and the eye is important work. But I should make the trip more often. Can't let Walter be the only one tending bar there too long. Everyone will forget what a good drink tastes like. Ever run the scholars on the Centaurus Proclamation? The original treaty that gave every human the right to colonize the stars? Stolen by some fool's joke of a Crimson Fleet rook looking to trade names to Captain. Sight to see pinned above my chair, like the whole settled systems was mine for the taking. Time dances its years forward, and I'd retired. That's when our own Sarah Morgan walks into the tale. Fire in her eyes and her head full of intel I thought I had spent the labor's efforts burying. Of course, I didn't have the Centaurus Proclamation just lounging in my pockets. Belonged to the ship and her new captain in the fleet I had left behind. Tipped your ear long enough, but the short line of it, Sarah and I returned the treaty to the rightful owners. And I decided to hang around, lend an old pirate's wisdom to the mission. Jaw the words another time then.
这一册好像还没看过，我看看。不是就你一个人而已吗？怎么那么多？有个超大张的桌子哎！我还以为这边是餐厅，可是怎么上面都摆弹药啊？然后必将放什么？
Hi. Please disregard. I attempted.
So, where to next?
我想想看。我要先把主线过一点。哎，超越极限什么东西啊？加入先锋队还没加入哦。先锋队应该也是个阵营任务吧？那个重返职场。这个是神器的，这个嘞，巴雷特，这个要加基拉。
个任务有点高等，看一下有哪一个。我记得不是有一个是什么秘密哨站这个啊？看一下这边几等。5地座哪里呀？那是几等的？30等哎，感觉也不能先去这里啊，太高了。还是去他家看看，我看看在哪里。哇，太远了吧！55等，我靠！给不行啊，55等谁去啊？点个先锋队好了，这看起来比较简单一点，至少在这个新手村这里。你跟那个中尉讲一下话哦。
Ah, if it isn't my favorite... Yep. Something just came in. Scuffle, over at the Dawn's Roost. Security on site handled it, but now one of them is saying the other guy stole his wedding ring. Problem is, he left without identifying the perp, so I need you to talk to Royce Elgin at the Dawn's Roost. See if you can fill in the gaps. Men like him aren't very generous with their time. They want you to solve a case without ever having to lift a finger themselves. Not that he'd be much of a witness, given that he was still half drunk when he got here, and somehow even more so when he left. Sorry, wrong word. Rich people don't get drunk, they get inebriated. Which is another way of saying highly unreliable. Good. Report back. A restaurant over in the residential district. Caters to a very fancy clientele. It's the kind of place where forks come in different sizes, depending on the food.
也很普通啊。
According to the patron, the ring is valuable, but if I had to guess, not for sentimental reasons. Normally, when someone loses a valuable keepsake, they're heartbroken. The way this guy was acting, it's almost as if he lost a wallet full of creds. Let me know if you have any questions.
Evening, sir.
All of our signature dishes are unique to the Roost. You won't find anything.
A most unfortunate incident, complicated by the fact that both parties were inebriated. While I wasn't privy to the entire argument, Hugo and Octavio have been dining here together for quite some time. So, it was surprising to see them at each other's throats. Oh, yes, quite often. They had a usual table over in the far corner, with all the traditional accoutrements. Music, candles, wine. You see where I'm going with this. But this time the two had barely sat down before the argument got heated. Thankfully, security stepped in before anyone got hurt. I wasn't witness to any theft, and both men were wearing rings, if I recall correctly. Well, the one who stayed with UC Security, Octavio, is a shorter man, handsome and refined. His favorite menu item is the Saint, I believe. The other, Hugo Fournier, is a tall, slender gentleman with a French accent. Excellent tipper, well-mannered, but a bit hot-tempered. I assume that would be the slender gentleman, Hugo Fournier. He was the one who excused himself after UC Security arrived. I believe he lives in Athena Tower, although he may be checking out. Yes, of course.
来看看到底是多贵。嗯，还好吧？太恶了吧？啊？2330都吃这种啊？还有什么？惠灵顿牛排。一泡水，就吃气泡水啊，气泡酒，面包，法式干酱，看起来很普通啊。凉拌菜，这是什么鬼啊？这很普通啊，还有什么牛排？这也看起来很普通啊。最怪的就是这个啊，还把它放在第一个哎。
Enjoy the rest of your day.
哇，好亮哦，这里，我靠
Shift's over. Time for the roost.
If the bartender has a mystery.
Right in the middle of a game when they marked me out.
I know your type.
Oh, I can't believe that Octavio. That liar, that manipulator, that...
接着说，把骂人话说完。
lying, cheating, foul piece of dawn glider dropping. If I had
高
my
级
way,
看
I'd
地
tie
才
into
放
the
地
back of
板
a。ship and grab jump it right
你不
into
懂
the
啊
nearest star. 5 years we were together, half a decade, and he threw it all away for that waiter.
啊？
Not just dating, betrothed.
是什么？
And I have the engagement ring to prove it.
假假的。
It was supposed to be a romantic dinner, our last before we pledged our lives to each other. But an hour before, I decided to do some cleaning to calm my nerves. I picked up a pair of pants he left on the floor, and out falls a napkin from the Dawn's roost with a number written on the back. To think he had the audacity to schedule a date with me at the same restaurant? I was livid!
你们关系真乱。
I went to the date and held it together just long enough for the waiter to serve us, then I went off! No, there are some things in life that cannot be repaired. Cheating is his way of saying, I don't love you. And without love, what's the point?
我已经快猜到这个东西，猜到这个任务到底发生什么事哦？该不会是什么误会一场？
He would say that, but as far as I'm concerned, it's my property. He gifted it to me when he proposed. It's not his to return.
说服还是什么？说服？
I don't care. I'm not giving it to you.
哎，不行哎！哎，这还蛮简单的嘛，把戒指给我，是加字。为什么啊？问号。
I'm not going to keep it. I'm going to pawn it off.
什么？你懂说服？
Is that what the law says? To be honest, I am not sure. That does sound reasonable. So long as you don't
水泡大
hand the
师
ring over
有
to
没有？
Octavio. Fine. I may be extremely agitated, but I want no part of a UC prison.
这戒指回不来了啊！
Crime has slowed down since... Ah, perfect. Did you manage to get the ring back?
保留戒指，居然交出戒指。
Excellent. I'm sure the victim will be pleased to know their property has been returned. You acquitted yourself well again. I dare say you might have a knack for police work. Here, take this. It's well deserved.
觉得做这种小小的任务好像比较好升级耶。升一个这个好了。瞄准功能不知道是什么，看看还有什么可以做的。安全仓库应该要把它解解啊，不然站在这个任务栏里面实在是很不爽啊。 哎，安全仓库在哪里啊？ 多解几个任务，搞不好小破船都可以换掉哦。
Hey, this really isn't a good place for civilians to be hanging around. There's something I can help you with?
嘴炮一下。
Oh, security impounded a ton of cargo and didn't have storage space for it all, so we're holding on to some of it until they can run inventory. So, you need something, or...? Yeah... I can't really just let you in there.
怎么可能？我相信一定有办法让我们笑着道别。很小，这两个选项好像翻译又怪怪的。
I hear you.
很小。哎，完了！我真的要过去，急字急。
I'll double check and see what I can do. All right, look, don't tell anyone I did this for you. Could lose my job over it. If anyone asks, I had nothing to do with this. You got it? 1 second. All right, make it quick, will you?
.不行啊，加5实在太难了，好吗？我那个说服只有点1等而已，翻车怎么办啊？太空港。他这样他好像还有其他的那个嘴炮技能可以选，好像什么威胁吧，好像还有贿赂啊，可是那些好像都在下面几层。 太难点了，这个是对于技能点有点难赚了。
Anything I can do again? Can I get you something? Hey there, new guy. Hope life is treating you well.
Oh, no way. You really got it? I probably don't want to know what you did to get this, right? I mean, I want to know, but it's maybe better if I don't. You really do love your jokes. You are joking, right?
Well, look, I can assure this will all be worth it in the end. Matter of fact, I'm going to let you have the first ever sample.
On top of that, you get free drinks. Not like unlimited free drinks. But you want a little pick-me-up now and then? I got you covered. I need some time to work on what comes next. But this was the difficult part, I think. Really? Thank you You know, I had a guy in here last week ranting that General Shao ought to send the Marines down into the well. I'm usually all for letting folks speak their mind. Most times it can't be helped after a few drinks. But that was just too much. Anybody stuck living in the well, it almost... See you around.
你去注册当队员好了，看在哪里。
You will be scanned
Yes?
What was the name of that guy?
Only those on official United Colonies business can access.
When you have a few moments, there's something I'd like to discuss.
Ah,
You've got something for me? Thanks for taking the time to talk. I wanted to ask you about the artifact you found in
啊，我还没找到啊，我还没去哎。
When you pulled it from the rock,
哦，
held
不
it
对
in your hands，
是
for the
应
first
该是
time.
讲那个一开始进游戏的时候啊。
Maybe.
突然问呢？
But I'd appreciate it if you'd hear me out.
我记得一开始就跟他讲过啦。
No, I don't think you understand. I know about the visions, the light, and the music.
到底想要知道什么啦？
How did you feel inside? What were your thoughts?
满头问号，好吗？为什么要给我做心理治疗
If we're going to unlock the secrets of these artifacts, we're going to need more than simple empirical data. We'll need to dig deeper. It would be helpful if you'd just tell me how holding the artifact made you feel.
强大的力量。
Raw energy? I've never heard that one before. I shouldn't be
打鸡巴
surprised.
讲
The artifacts aren't exactly what
我
you
什么都
call
没感觉
normal.
到，我只是感觉到画面很花。
Honestly, I wasn't sure how you'd react. Some people would consider what you went through a deeply personal experience.
啊？为什么我突然出现这个刮胡调情？哦，选这个哦。
Oh, well,
好感度够啊。
I enjoy hearing about them. Professionally, of course. Either way,
好像不太够。
we need all the help we can get. The artifacts are so different, so alien, and I'm certain one of them reached out and spoke to you. Quite the mystery. Well, judging from the fact that both you and Barrett claim to have heard music, I've made the leap that the artifact was reaching out. Music composition might not consist of words and sentences, but I'll be damned if that isn't an attempt at language. Oh, that's an excellent question. You'd think after years of gathering data about the artifacts, I'd have the perfect answer to that. But I haven't the faintest idea. Not much, I'm afraid. All I have to show for my efforts are eyewitness accounts, scores of inconclusive metallurgical test results, and wild theories. Oh, no, not at all. There's so much going on there, I can't afford to divert all of our resources. But I have classified the artifacts
啊，
as
这
a
个组织不就是在宇宙中到处玩吗？还有什么事？看起来没什么事啊。
Does that really surprise you? A universal mystery left unsolved for God knows how long? Oh, I've been dreaming about solving this puzzle from the beginning. I knew I picked the right person for the job. Look, I wanted to thank you for taking the time to talk, and for keeping an open mind. And I also wanted to say, well, I'm pleased we're on this journey together. It's the best decision I've made in quite a long time.
这东西还要什么参加考试哦？我靠！必要服对不？好，严重的危险。好像我不同意，同意啊，真同意啊，这同。哎，这个还有第2页。模拟战斗飞行，还要模拟哦？不用啦，直接上啦。公民，好，同意。
Registration accepted. You may now proceed through the historical displays in the orientation hall, or continue on to the examination.
Grew up in Neon, so I get big cities, but one clean enough to eat off the pavement?
In 21
humanity
the Earth's magnetosphere would collapse sometime in the next half-century, eliminating all life on the planet.
被玩坏了。
Action was required, but the secure transport of an entire civilization would demand a new kind of cooperation, a new kind of courage, and a new kind of union. Thus, in 2159, the United Colonies were formed to make that journey possible. Just 1 year later, the Galileo, the first of many colony ships, touched down here on Jemison, beginning a new era of human history, the age of the United Colonies.
The effort and planning it must have taken to evacuate literally the entire planet. Can you imagine? The logistics alone must have been mind-boggling.
I've probably got every display in this place memorized at this point. In 2050, the Earth exploded. Love that one.
From their foundation, the United Colonies strove to provide all their citizens with opportunity, security, and peace. But there were those among the UC that still wanted something more. Independence. So in 2161, the UC issued the Centaurus Proclamation, granting UC citizens the right to settle distant worlds and form their own sovereign powers. It wasn't long before the first new faction,
马连只要只能说这是神圣不可分割的一部分嘛。
later followed by House Varun, revealing themselves to the universe in 2230.
The result of the Centaurus Proclamation has always left me torn. So much conflict arose as a result.
Look, I'm not supposed to be giving opinions on this stuff, but the UC's in a lot better hands these days than back before they signed the armistice.
还有分哦，这穿的怎么那么，怎么有点怪怪的？像怎么讲啊？有种外星科技感，怪。哇，这太长了。这个战争是什么东西？经济冲突应该是两边互打的那个战争吧。
Beginning in 2240, House Varun forces declared all-out war on the rest of human civilization, initiating the Serpent's Crusade. Over the next 23 years, thousands of Freestar, UC, and independent souls were killed by agents of House Varun in the name of their serpent god. It was only with the death of their founder in 2263 and the succession of his heir Jarek that House Varun finally sued for peace. There remains, however, select members of House Varun who refuse to recognize the cessation of hostilities their leaders established. Even after House Varun's mysterious disappearance, these zealots remain a threat to all who encounter them. Their pacification, a goal of all space. Of the many conflicts between the galaxy's factions, none was more brutal than the recent colony war between the UC and the Freestar Collective. Set off by the unauthorized Freestar colonization of Vesta's Pride in 2308, a direct violation of the Nerion Treaty, the colony war spread quickly across the galaxy. Both sides deployed every tool at their disposal. Armadas of warships, mechanized combat platforms, or mechs.
是现在的机器人吗？
Bioengineered alien
长得
creatures,
蛮像的。
the infamous UC Xenoweapons. It was
外星生物现在好像还有。
2011 at the Battle of Cheyenne that the scales finally tipped. The Freestar Collective, utilizing their civilian fleet as a human shield, successfully crippled the superior United Colonies Navy. After their shocking victory against the galaxy's greatest navy, the Freestar Collective offered terms of peace, which the colonies, out of their interest in staving off any further human costs, accepted. The galaxy has been rebuilding ever since.
哦，是这个吗？那个是机甲吗？靠！这上面是可以坐人的吗？怎么好像那个位置有点小啊？我人这么大，这看起来坐不进去哎，就这种躺着的、啊。
Few settled worlds were left untouched by the colony war. But nowhere could the viciousness of modern warfare be seen more clearly than on the Freestar planet of Nira. Initially occupied by invading United Colonies forces as a forward operating position, repeated attempts to take and retake the planet by collective forces led only to devastation. Swaths of the world were transformed into scorched husks, a nightmarish testament to the depths of human ingenuity and human cruelty. And today, Nira remains a continuing reminder to the horrors of unfettered war.
不知道能不能全面看看？哎，这个
This
是
thing's like an artist's rendition, right? No animal can be this ugly in real life.
Dad wanted me to apply for the administration track at school, but I'm going to be a xenobiologist. It's science division
什
or
么鬼啊？
nothing.
有什么说明啊？还有杯子，谁乱丢啦？
In the midst of the colony war, a different kind of tragedy struck the UC city of Londinian. A newly constructed but critical supply center for the United Colonies' war effort, Londinian found itself overrun by one of the galaxy's most mysterious predators, the Terramorph. A rare but pervasive threat to all human-settled worlds, Terramorphs swept over the city seemingly out of nowhere on a scale never before seen in recorded history. Valiant efforts by the UC military slowed the onslaught, but the creatures proved unstoppable. Ultimately, the decision was made to destroy the Londinian spaceport, sealing off the
哇，
city,
凉了。
the outbreak, and its citizenry
他们
from
翻
the
译怪
galaxy
怪的
at
嘛，不
large.
要在意。
The tragedy of Londinian is mourned by the UC to this day.
该不会也可以去吧？
One of my slates said Terramorphs can control people's minds.
I bring her here
that can't
almost
be
every
true.
day to stare at this thing.
不知道能不能碰，不知道能不能碰到，真的很怪。啊，不过我也不太想碰到，感觉就有点强。
by the colony war, the UC and the Freestar Collective came together to ratify a treaty that became known as the
别，
Armistice.
特别是那种在那个暗暗的场景出现，这个我不行啊。我觉得我的火力不够强大。
Weapons and mech warfare would be outlawed. All related research was sealed away, accessible only in cases of dire emergency. But the Collective had another demand, that the active commanders of the UC military stand trial for their actions. The United Colonies, in the interest of peace and galactic security, agreed. In 2311, 3 United
这感觉
Colonies
是拿出来
senior
替死
officers
的、啊
were found
可怜呐、推出来背锅。
General Indira Rastogi, and Fleet Admiral Francois Sanon.
哎，这个成绩看起来蛮高的呢。
All were sentenced to death for their actions, bringing the colony war to a close and returning peace to the galaxy at long last.
I was a strong supporter of the armistice. All of the terrible weapons that both sides used against one another. It had to end.
I used to be an actual.
精算师啊，跑过来干这行。
It was into this new world that the Vanguard was born.
终于讲到先锋队了，你没有讲到先锋队，我还以为这边是什么那个什么博物馆呢。
Serving a myriad of security, logistical, and reconnaissance roles. And after a sufficient length of service, UC citizenship is guaranteed to every Vanguard member. Open to all captains, regardless of origin, the Vanguard is leading the charge to protect and support the citizens of the United Colonies, wherever in the galaxy they may.
这不是那个迎新大厅吗？那什么？
Please don't touch
敢骗我？哎，加入先锋队有这艘船可以开吗？我现在船有点破破的，有没有这艘船可以开啊？船看起来超大的，这个应该有 C 吧？
No one is born a United Colony citizen. Only through service to the UC can one hope to earn one's citizenship. But the UC prides itself on taking care of its people. Cost of living controls means citizens pay less than their foreign counterparts for needs big and small. All citizens are issued a grant upon joining to get themselves on their feet. And only UC citizens have the opportunity to purchase property.
这没有屁用啊！买这个干什么？这个就免哦，浪费钱而已。给我一艘够大的船就好。
can begin earning your place here, in the heart of galactic civilization, as a citizen of the United Colonies.
哦，终于看完了，有够长。这个人看起来都是大船嘞，我想开哦。
I've spent a fair bit of time in simulators just like these. They're startlingly realistic. Have fun.
Ah, you must be our new applicant. I'm Proctor Samuelson. The simulator's already been prepped. You can head in whenever you're ready. The simulator is designed to be a near-perfect replica of a Class B Deimos hoplite, the United Colony's standard destroyer model. It's been tuned to provide a challenging but fair fight against the enemy squadrons you'll encounter inside. Vanguard assignments can often include both space and ground combat. It'd be bad for both you and the United Colonies to not ensure you're adept in both capacities before sending you out on your first real assignment. While I can't answer that question directly, I will say this. Due to the solitary nature of our work, resourcefulness is a critical tool in any Vanguard pilot's repertoire. You're permitted, even encouraged, to use whatever tool you're able to find in there.
任何工具，难道里面有什么？
Of course, you'll be running through a high-realism combat flight simulation, engineered by members of the UC science staff, right here in Mast. Your task is to defeat at least 3 tiers of simulated opponents.
简单啊。
Accomplish that, and you pass the exam, and can then proceed on to your probationary mission. However, if you defeat more than 3 tiers of enemies, your required enlistment time for citizenship will be reduced, and your enlistment bonus increased. But you're welcome to try as many times as you like before returning to Commander Tuala to proceed on to the next step in your application process. We'll only keep the highest score you manage to achieve in there. Good hunting.
我打，我看一下这边电脑，看吗？大师，哎，我现在好像可以开大师锁，应该不会偷看吧？应该不会看到我吧？好，没问题，开。 我靠，真的是大师爪，有点难啊！一格的哦，好像真的有点。等一下，让我看一下，我觉得应该是这一个。3，等一下，好像不是这一个。 自动栏位有一个，干太难了吧？那几层啊？4层的，我靠！我的话不好说啊，这个我觉得有点太超过了。开锁不知道开多久啊。等一下，这个还可以再转吗？好像只能对到这样子。可是不是这个啊？ 对啊，不是这个啊。哎，这个也插不进去。 这个怎么好像都对不到孔啊？ 哎，哦，有了。那种歪边的有吗？是这个？那不是这一个，一个。这个哦，凉了，好像不是那个干，难了吧？然后你只能插这个孔而已啊，哎。我插不进去吗？啊，不行，差一点。这个，要换角度好像不行啊。那应该是插里面的吧？哎，是不是这个啊？啊！
应该没有别的可以插，应该就是这个一根的。哦，也没什么东西啊，要搞超久了。
I overheard one of the tech saying he was going to hack the simulator. Might be the only way I actually get through this.
原来这边才是正式考照吗？不会吧？ 等一下，先让我把这个锁弄完啊，太麻烦了，搞我头有点大，是不是又插错了？觉得一开始我上面那好像插错。哎，等一下，好像可以哦。感觉这个左是不是它不是只有一个结？好像有好几个结。啊，不是说可以害进去吗？那我害一下好吗？先在这边自己保存一个。好，走。
This is the Mark 18 flight simulation chamber applicant, currently in orbit around a high detail recreation of
模拟控制。先我看看除错工具。
a remote world. When you're ready to begin, please take a seat in the pilot's chair.
哦，太真实了吧！ 对，可以体验开大船哦。
Defeat as many tiers of opponents as you can before your ship is disabled. You must defeat at least 3 tiers of opponents to pass the exam. Good hunting, applicant.
New targets active. Progress recorded. Tier 1 reached. Initiating Tier 2. New targets active.
造船太强了吧？怎么跟我开的小破船不一样啊？开这造船根本屌虐吧？船太强了。
New targets active. Eliminated.
我靠！我现在船都还没有坏嘞。
Tier 3 reached.
Congratulations, applicant. You've defeated sufficient opponents to pass the exam. You may now exit the simulator through the hatch to record your current score, or stay and try your hand at the remaining tiers.
行啊！提下一个目标，来啊，没问题啊！这艘船。
Resuming the examination.
New targets active.
We are not ready.
啪，没了。
All targets eliminated. Progress recorded. Tier 4 reached. Initiating Tier 5.
当然是继续打。该不会打到后面有什么100级吧？不会吧？
New targets active.
我干！ 船都烂了。
All targets eliminated. Progress recorded. Tier 5 reached. Initiating final tier.
哎，不是我船都烂了，不行啊！哎，好了，我怎么不能动啊？ 我要退出哦，退出，打不动哦，没补包了，收工啦！太难了啊！你要拿那个小行星在那边，小行星跟他那边绕来绕去。
You can head up to Commander Tuwala to receive your final results and your probationary assignment. Or you're welcome to take another run at the simulation if you'd like to try and...
我那艘船强啊，该买一台了吧？可是看起来小小的，怎么火力跟硬度差，跟我的小破船差那么多？
Yes, you needed something.
Well, look who's back. Everything go all right with the exam? Or did you have some questions? Ah, so these are your numbers that just came through then. You ready to hear how you did? Well, let's get to it then. So, looking at the data, checked out a few of the murals. Good.
好，
A test
有
of
看画。
preparation and thoroughness. Two traits the Vanguard values highly. Psychological results are all within expected levels. Navy doesn't have room for folks that'll fall apart the first time they're trying to outrun a homing missile.
是这样吗？
Now,
我打到了第5
how'd you
关
do
哎，
against your foes? Clear tier 5, huh? Damn
哦，相当
impressive.
厉害。
I swear they start cheating at that level, but the techs claim it's fair. Either way, you've got the skills the Navy needs.
Hell of a job. I might even let you fly me around sometime.
So then, looking at your results as a whole, and presuming you're successful in completing your probationary mission, you could have your UC citizenship after only 5 years.
5年，
You showed
我
real
靠，我现在是
potential
5
in
年
there.
，5年后
We
叫
want
我
to make sure you're fighting on our side. Even authorized me to offer you a bonus in addition to your signing advance.
Citizenship in 5 years? That's quite impressive.
哇
Took me
什么
almost 9.
因为我减半了吗？
thanks to
快减
starts.
减快一
You
半。
should be proud.
Sounds like you're just the type of pilot the Vanguard's looking for. If you're interested, we could bring you on as a provisional member today. Get you the credits you've earned, then send you out on your probationary mission. First, though, all UC service people, provisional or otherwise, are required to swear an oath. So, you want to make this official? Commit yourself to the cause of the colonies?
It's a big decision. John, you're not about to have my compatriot here sign some kind of contract that sells you their grandmother 5 years down the line, are you?
Officer's honor, Sarah. This is honest work for honest credits. So, you ready to do the deed?
不能私下进行吗？
You're not in the Freestar Collective here. Vanguard keeps its work above board. You want in, you have to do it the same as everyone else.
然，
That starts with the oath.
好了，
Fantastic. Then just follow me.
应该不会有什么影响吧？连那个灯红舰队都加入了，还可以加他们，应该没什么差吧？啊，你是要去哪里？
What are you doing?
找毛病啊！
Wouldn't be right doing this where we couldn't see the stars. Now, raise your right hand. The motto of the Vanguard is Supra et Ultra, above and beyond. That is where we serve, beyond the furthest reaches of the United Colonies military, and with honor and duty above reproach. Do you swear to protect and defend the citizens of the United Colonies to the best of your abilities? And to uphold the values of the Vanguard, honor, loyalty, self-reliance in all your actions as a member of the United Colonies Navy?
接受，接受，接受。我还能不接受吗？这似乎有点要求过高了。
Just say I do, funny guy.
好好
I guess
好
I'll。take it. Then let me be the first to officially welcome you to the United Colonies Vanguard. Now, only thing left is getting you that
还
probationary
要试用期啊！
And what I've got is comms repair. Group
太
trying to
简单了
refurb an
吧
old colony war processing plant on Tau Ceti 2. Sounds like they'd barely gotten set up when their communications died. Place is as isolated as they come. So Brass wants a Vanguard to deliver the repair suite and ensure anyone present is safe and secure. So, can the people of Tau Ceti 2 count on you?
有钱拿吗？有钱拿吗？
That's the spirit. Head down to the spaceport and talk to Crew Chief Harath. He'll get you the repair suite
哦，
plus your
新
new
兵
recruit
大
kit.
礼包，
Oh,
点击就
and
送
your
哦。
advance.
哎，
Give it your all out there. Supra et Ultra.
哇，9600。 这么多的吗？我跑去深红舰队什么都没有，还要帮人家到处跑腿，亏烂了。早知道先加这里。到现在还分不到钱啊！船不够强，快被打烂了。武功，等一下，这个任务名称有点不太对。怎么在那么远的地方？站近一点啊！在哪里啊？哎，这该不会是
？Really? Shocked she managed to limp back here at all. Bullet for leeches, get it fixed up, and.
该不会是要送我的吧？大礼包是这艘船吗
？You are new probationary then? Crew Chief Herat. Pleasure to be working with you. It's my job to make sure all you rocket jockeys are ready for anything that comes at you up there. Now, Manifest says we're fitting you out with one comms repair suite. In addition to the standard issue welcome kit all probationary pilots get for their first mission. Med packs, some small arms, couple spare ship parts, all the essentials in case of any surprises up there. My people will have everything on your ship before you lift off. Won't even know they were there. So, paying a visit to the people of scenic Tau Ceti 2. Nice easy one for your first job. Just keep your head on swivel and you'll come home safe. Any questions before you head out? Nothing too dangerous, if that's your concern. The repair suite's mostly just wiring and circuit boards. The welcome kit has some goodies in there I wouldn't leave sitting around when company comes to visit. But it's nothing some proper storage can't make safe. I honestly didn't realize it had people living on it until we got your recorder. Report they gave us seemed clean, no known hostile outposts. But I wouldn't say that's permission to let your guard down. Just watch out for wildlife and pirates. Keep those med... Then I won't keep... Make us look good out there, recruit.
看起来上面应该也是有敌人啦，只不过就是那种很菜的那种。诶，可访问了，我还以为可以干他的船嘞，失望啊！啊，不是啊，我的船都满了，他到底怎么塞进去啊？难道？看一下我的货舱，没满呢，差一点点，干！哦，等下怎么塞垃圾？我靠！就塞了这么多飞行零件给我，满了啦！等一下，等一下，我先卖掉一些，不需要这么多好啊！我觉得大概10包都够啊。
嘿！
我靠，这么重！哎，干，怎么全部卖掉？哎，不是吧？啊，不对，这好像是卖掉啊。出售，哎，还是我买了一包啊？干，不会吧？卖掉，想想看，卖掉6包好了。哦。这个实在是很重哎，面包也有点多，卖掉一点好了。受伤，医疗包应该也不用这么多。哎，医疗包没有重量，没有重量，干
What can I do for you？
买回来啊！干。哎，好贵哦，不买了，就这了啦。手残啊，可以卖的啊，把它卖掉啊。这个卖一卖好了啦。这好重哦， 么那么重啊？得把它卖掉啊！靠，都你们在搞事。这样吧，这重量应该够吧？还有什么啊？弹药、太空服。这样吧。
Something you might be interested in.
Appreciate the lift. Once we touch down,
Dad and I will be riding passenger with you. The most boring job in space travel. Yup, I've been his co-pilot since I was old enough to read a map. He lets me fly sometimes, and fix things aboard, and use the intercom, and everything. I just have to promise not to complain about having to stay aboard the ship when we're somewhere dangerous. Dad says when I'm older, he'll teach me how to use a pistol, and once I'm a good enough shot, I can go with him anywhere. I can't wait to get older.
Greet you, sure. I'd like that very much. You haven't asked me to do that in a long time.
And will you do funny voices for the characters like you used to when I was little?
You just try and stop.
我在看有没有钱，再可以再多挂一个那个货仓好。不然感觉好像有点太小了。哎，去哪里？苦工。哦，设定航线。要。这里吗？定居者接触。那刚才不是说这边都没什么人吗？哎，有 忘记啊，不是说这个星球上没什么人，还有定居者。
I never tire of visiting worlds like this.
Hey.
Greetings.
Oh, 船欸，没开门啊，不能干船啊。有问题。这是人打的吗？看起来不太像。凉了，拜托不要是什么怪啊，大怪、外星生物之类的，不要。直接变恐怖游戏。
An abandoned meat-packing facility built on the fringes of the settled systems. I wonder what happened here. Something's been through here recently, but left everything in place. At least we know it wasn't the Crimson Fleet.
炮台爆炸啊！
Delicate work. I'll leave it to you.
2把，哎，什么时候捡到的？看我刚刚没有卖掉，哦。 下来，8层是怪了，天哪！
I got hit harder than I thought, or you've got some incredible timing. Regardless, I think it knows you're here. I'll unlock the door. Second floor. Quiet.
什么鬼东西啊？看到那个吗？对啊，工业机器人而已啊。我刚才蹲在那边会被察觉，到底是什么东西啊？
So what do we got here? Too clean to be one of the settlers. Or a pirate. You see on patrol, maybe? Yeah, make my day if you said you were a shock trooper out for a stroll. Vanguard, huh? Yeah, I expect they didn't. I'm Hadrian. I was a researcher with the UC. I came here on a rumor of a... Well, I expect you saw the results on your way in. What's left of the settlers? The work of Oxysio Machina. A terramorph. One of the nastiest aliens humanity's ever crossed paths with. And this one, well, something of an anomaly. Possibly a worrying one.
I can't believe that a terramorph did all this damage. I mean, I've heard the stories, but to see the decimation firsthand...
Terramorphs have a unique growth cycle. They're usually only found on worlds that have been long colonized by humanity. But Tao said he's too young to have one. Yet here it is. I came looking for an explanation and found all this. I managed to scope out a fair bit of the facility before it found me. If there are any survivors of the attack, they're long gone.
Other than a remorseless killing machine.
Among apex predators, they're the pinnacle. Resilient, agile, smart, and their mental prowess only increases with age. Some can even dominate the minds of weaker species, keeping them as pets, livestock, or toys. They're creatures without peer.
什么自然产生的生物，还是什么人为产生的、哦？
I sure could. Because to confirm my suspicions about this creature, I'm gonna need a tissue sample from it. And to get that, I need its corpse. But there is a way we can give ourselves an edge against this thing. The plant's security system. The admin terminal's here in this building, but it needs its connection reset. And as I found out, that's not a one-person job. But if you can make it to the security outpost and restore the connection, I think I can get things back online. See if the settlers left us any other tools.
啊，这个是平常都没有开，是不是？
Admin access is centralized to the terminal in this room. Nothing's coming back online if I'm not here.
怎么不是我守在这里，然后你去开嘞？
I'd likely be more of a liability out there than a help right now. It's the building in the middle of the facility. The terminal in there should allow you to grant me access to the system as a whole. Then we can see about getting things back online. The settlers outfitted most of the buildings with turrets at some point. Not sure how many are still operable, but at least a few appeared to be in fighting shape.
对，所以为什么他来的时候那个爆好像没用，平常没在保养，没在开。哇！
But those are honestly all just educated guesses until we get the connection reset.
我不是在当临时的、哦。
Look, I wouldn't be asking if I thought there was any chance I could handle it by myself. But there's no way I'm getting these defenses live on my own. And I have to get to the bottom of what happened here. Good. Once I see the connection reset, I'll get things underway on my end. Take care of yourself out there. And make sure you leave enough of that thing for us to get a sample.
哇，要求真多，这你行你上。弹药还给的这样子而已，怎么玩啊？哎，这个还蛮多的。那不是自己去的话，当然是要求多一点啊！我靠，你要不要要求怎么活捉好啊？那是。 我还可以抢他的电脑来用哦。带来改变啊，人死光哦，没了。这就是改变吗？ 给你一个箭腿术，要你用跑的啊！等一下，是怎么进去啊？这是在哪里啊？确认一下。因为这里而已啊。 昨天看他睡着哦，我不是昨天很早就关了吗？今天没有碰到什么 bug 啊？有啦，今天游戏是当掉啊，不过后面就没事哦。还有啊，还有一个 bug 就是我那个钱不太够、哦，这个 bug 很严重，不知道什么时候来解决。哇，这里这么大的吗？ 我研究，近的嘛。要是我有飞行背包就好了，看一下能不能停。啊，不行，够。你跑过去会不会有问题？哎。我让你猜到这个是干嘛用的？ 该为什么你要开完那个？你开完这个东西之后，你还要跑过来一个一个按按钮，太棒了吧！觉得从屋顶走好像很安全，都没有。轻轻松松。
Seeing a meat packing facility from the inside is starting to make me feel like I should switch to becoming a vegetarian.
都没有碰到啊。 连接状态，重设，然后自动防御，哎，还真的要自己开哦，真是谢了哦。装好炮塔，这炮塔。 应该装了吧？装了啊！烂，就是你们在搞啊！该不会什么这边这个炮塔 这个炮塔那个什么太耗电了，我们把它关掉哦，节约能源一下。
I'll make this quick. Plant's turrets took a beating, but I should be able to get you a couple of kill lanes. Just get the thing to chase you down the alleys between the buildings, and you'll lead it right into a crossfire. Hello. I wish I'd found this earlier. Those sensors around the facility? Part of a livestock tracking system. Should let you keep tabs on how close the terramorph is. But it's not connected to this network. There should be a terminal in the adjoining room. Tune it to 183.5.
哎，调频！我靠，它调频啊！他刚才说是几啊？我忘记了，完了，没在记。哦，这个吗？活动中。
Tracker's reading green. And what's that sound?
The security lockdown is active.
Shit. Stop. Stop whatever you're doing and get in cover. It's on the move. Look, I wouldn't engage directly if you can avoid it. Kill lanes. They're set up but need power. There's breakers on each of the buildings you can throw to get them live. Once they're online, lead the terramorph towards the lights and watch the fireworks. Give it hell, Vanguard.
Seeing a meat packing facility from the inside is starting to make me feel like I should switch to becoming a vegetarian.
I 在外面哦，我有点怕怕的。在哪里啊？呀，好陡哦！13米，还好，很远啊。 干，这怎么那么难开啊？100多，哦，开个就好了，真累死我！100多米没在怕了，跑起来，跑起来！哎，嗨，哪里啊？哎，就这！啊！哎，我还没，我刚才在这边好啊，还没有过来就死掉了吧？怪呢？来啊！就这，哎，我还会不止一只哎，这是个奇迹啊！菜成这样子。感觉这个锁都比他还难。再让我看一下啊！等一下，对哪里啊？哎，呀，有变2个了。哎，插错，到第一个就插错哦。瞧一下。2、3，这个嘛，插2。开锁器，我那个昨天关台之后，我在那边找了半天，好像也没几根。这一个好像没有这个形状的、啊，下一个，这个嘞，好像没有啊，可以买啊，但是我就是找不到啊，感觉好像可以买都买差不多哦。哎，这一个，就这几根而已啊！但我觉得这个大师锁真的是很难开欸。是不是插这一个啊？那不对。哎，好像是这个没错。调一下。哎，不是这个吗？2、3、10，对啊。插。哎，为什么跟刚才会不一样嘞？没有，这个嘞也没有。 插好像只有这个而已。我再插一个这个，插个一根的。哎，这锁是不是怪怪的啊？怎么跟我刚刚插下去的结果不一样？是我插错哦。对啊，那这样子插不进去哎。怪怪的，等一下。又是垃圾！天啊，吃掉我几个撬锁器啊！这谢了大师所。我想要装那个简单开锁模组哦。对，我之前还在想说，到底为什么会有人想要装这个模组？直到我开了大师所，对，根本就是那个什么撬锁器。那根本就是吃我撬锁器啊！特的。 这是不是特别值钱啊？感觉2330好像都特别喜欢这种古董货，不是说很常看到那个什么什么，好像什么玩具车之类的吧，反正就前面都有挂“古董”2个字。哎，撬锁器。 那边的荷兰药棒都是这样子啊，就是直接摆在桌上的嘛，都没在怕的哦，太猛了吧？诶，刚绕回来了。 应该也没什么怪了。把整个殖民就翻过来一次，刚刚都没有好好收啊。
You're going to be carrying that gooey mess, right? Seeing a meat packing facility from the inside is starting to make me feel like I should switch to becoming a vegetarian.
那没什么东西，就只是那个肉类工厂而已啊，都没有。 跳锁器不错，这个你刚才看过啦。还有什么？那像是这种都蛮值钱的。
See if they've got any weapons or ammo.
Trekker's gone quiet. I suspect it's either hiding or...
挂了啦。
Wait. You did it, didn't you?
heavens above, you just flatlined a terramorph! Oh yeah, taken care of. No big deal. You didn't happen to grab me a tissue sample, did you? Not doing this one out of the goodness of your heart, huh? I'll give you what I can. You certainly deserve it. Forewarning, though, I'm not exactly New Atlantis royalty.
就这哦。
A lot of life gets recorded in our cells. Like, for example, if this terramorph's cells have certain radiation or chemical exposures, it could point to it having been transported on a ship. Then, we could start getting some answers about this thing. So, did you manage to nab one? All right. I spotted a microscope downstairs. Let's see if we can't get to the bottom of this.
Remember our last conversation, when you told me the artifacts made you feel like raw energy was coursing through your veins? Well, it got me thinking, so I dove into our archives and started looking through Constellation's older journal entries. Just because I wasn't familiar with the experience you described, doesn't mean the same might have been true for my predecessor.
这是我随便讲的嘞，还特别去挖日志啊。
Unfortunately, no. Other than you and Barrett, there were no records of direct encounters with the artifacts. I have to admit, though, I did get more than a bit sidetracked reminiscing about old times. Really? I'm surprised that I haven't. After reading those journals, all of the pleasant memories of my time spent with Aja just started flooding back. Oh yes, absolutely. I didn't mean to compare. Those were just... oh, I don't know. Different times. Aja was the one that taught me the ropes at Constellation and took me under her wing as her protege. Hey, so I pinched a few ideas from my old boss. Can you blame me? At any rate, we logged quite a few discoveries together. But it was the actual journey that I cherished the most. Exactly. For me, it was all about the quieter moments. There was nothing quite like sitting back and watching space bend while listening to Aja spin vivid stories to fill the time. Oh, I find that sort of cozy isolation the best way to really get to know someone. Yeah, you know, being alone in interstellar space, nothing but light years of black around you. Some people find that terrifying. I find it comfortable. It helps me bond with my shipmates. I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. You know, all this talk about Aja reminds me that my time with her was a gift. I miss her dearly. No, she retired. Living on Porima 2 now, I think. Come to think of it, if we're ever out that far, perhaps we could pay her a visit.
该不会在什么边边地图边边吧？跟那个谁的家一样，边边。
Oh, don't worry. There's no bad blood between us. The worst that might happen is you get stuck listening to two old friends catching up on old times. Well, you don't need to follow anyone. Just be yourself. I chose to accompany you on this journey because I saw something familiar in your eyes. A hunger for exploration.
多了解一点啊，好感度要刷爆哦。
I don't know if I deserve to be that close to anyone right now. If you knew about the things that I've done, the way my life's unfolded, I think your opinion of me might change. Please give me some time. I have to go.
我也不知道啊，这有啪啪啪吗？我也不清楚嘞。反正先刷就对了。
This equipment, it's not set up to do a proper analysis of our sample. But this Terramorph being here, of all places, it doesn't make sense. Humanity's spread plenty of creatures in our travels across the stars. Pets, livestock, pests. But Terramorphs, they're different. To our knowledge, no one's ever spread them intentionally. Yet somehow, they follow us. So when humans settle a world, 70 to 100 years later, Terramorphs tend to just appear. No one knows how or why. Dangerous, but at least predictable. Talseti, though, it's too young to have a native population. It's only been colonized 20 years? But then the other option, that someone captured one of the deadliest predators in the galaxy just to wipe out some settlers minding their own business? That seems awfully implausible. Which means we're either looking at a truly strange murder or a faster type of Terramorph growth, the results of which could be catastrophic. Terramorph outbreaks have taken down far bigger colonies than this one. They have. They even took down an entire city once. A place called Londinian had to be quarantined due to a massive outbreak during the Colony War. It's the only known loss of that scale, but it's the reason why any change in our relationship with these creatures needs to be taken very seriously. Well, they're not exactly buying tickets and flying coach. The theory is that they're spread by some kind of egg or seed that's able to evade our detection. But how the hell an undetectable egg turns into a Terramorph without anyone noticing is a question no one's ever found an answer to. And it's why what's happened here could be real bad news for the rest of human civilization.
没有为什么啊，因为剧本需求它就会出现在那里。
There is. I mean, there has to be. We just have to find it. Time was, I had access to one of the best repositories of Terramorph research in the galaxy. Seems a natural place to start looking, if I can figure how to access it. But we also need to get this sample properly analyzed, get confirmation on just how concerned we should be. Luckily, I think I know just the person to help with the sample. What would you say to delivering this to him for me? I'd do it myself, but I need to call in some favors. See if I can't get access to that Terramorph data. Plus, maybe just pop by a hospital for a little bit. Clear it with your commander first if you have to. You can even show them this. My gene tag. Tell them Hadrian Sinan is worried there could be more attacks on the horizon. They should recognize the name. I was, long time ago. Family tradition. But I know some of the folks from my old unit moved into the Vanguard. A couple even owe me favors. If I'm lucky, your commander is one of them. Oh, you don't understand what a weight off my shoulders that is. I need Dr. Percival Walker to put together a sample analysis for this thing. Full workup. He'll know what that means. I'm not sure exactly where to find him, but last I heard he was contracting with the Trade Authority on Mars. There's a place called the Sixth Circle in Sidonia. A bar run by some old friends. I'll meet you and Percival there.
And here.
我记得在那个火星那边好像看到很多个医生。
Should cover the cost to fuel to Mars at least. Now please go check in with your commander. We need to know what we're dealing with.
那就害变瘦而已不是吗？干才1800哦，真是谢啦。上个任务都要给到破万了，都快破万了，1800，这好意思？
While we're here, let's swing by Centaurian so I can pick up some ammo.
Ah, 踩到！哎，没事哎。刚刚有炸到人。
Look who's back. All set with that probationary mission? We can do your debrief and formally welcome you into the Vanguard. A terror? What? How did you walk away with the terramorph tissue sample running comms repairs? What happened to the settlers? You killed a terramorph on your first mission. If I could be frank for a moment, holy shit. Above and beyond doesn't really begin to describe it now, does it? Earned yourself some serious hazard pay on this one. But, if none of the settlers made it, who's got you delivering this sample?
疯狂科学家。
Did she now? Sanan. I know that name. Let me check the database.
俩不认识啊。
A lot of this data's been classified.
好多机密资料，这个不单纯哎。
Service record. Wow. That's a lot of commendations. Seems like she served with distinction as co-head of a UC Xenoweapons division. Faced tribunal at the end of the Colony War. And was dismissed from duty. Guess that's why I'd heard the name before. If she's former Xeno warfare, though, well, we can at least be sure she knows her aliens. Notation says that Sanan already faced punishment for her actions during the war. Dismissal from the UC military. And her sending you to me first makes me think she's actually trying to do this above board. Considering her history, reaching out to the UC probably wasn't the easiest decision. Which means that must be a pretty important sample. In the run-up to the Colony War, the UC started a program with a singular goal. Find the deadliest, most terrifying aliens in the galaxy, and have them fight on the side of the UC. Never saw any of the deployments myself, but the program was clearly enough of a success that when the war came to an end 20 years ago, both sides agreed to have the practice banned, at which point, I presume, this tribunal decided to cut Sanan loose. Certainly seems that way. Did your survivor, Hadrian, did she mention why she thinks this sample's so special?
好日常我有钱拿，厨子还没加原因呢。选第一啊，240了吧
I see. Well, this is one of the more surprising debriefs I've ever been a part of. 这个人又是什么？也是个不简单的人物嘛。If Hadrian Sanan thinks this sample needs to get to Mars, then we're gonna make sure it gets to Mars. I'll take care of the clearances and ensure you get your credits. Consider these your first official orders. And here, so everyone knows you're working with the Vanguard. Welcome to the Navy, Captain. Vanguard's also got some custom ship modifications. You'll be cleared for access to them next time you're down at the spaceport. Talk to ship services. Now, if there wasn't anything else, I suggest you move out.
哇，7300跟刚刚那个特别不一样。哦，还有发号制服哎，有够多的。 这个制服好像比我的现在还烂。这就不用了啊。背包嘞，背包好像好那么一点点。哎，不对，它比较重。但是它是飞行背包。现在也没有技能啊，飞不动啊。这个是不是也比较好啊？白装，哎，比较轻点，装这个好了。
It's funny. I bet I've spent more time exploring the Martian surface than roaming around Sidonia itself.
你念他一下啊，搞不好人没了。
Something seems to have left.
I'm listening. Yeah, take a look at this.
怎么天天都在送我东西啊？不单纯。
Bye for now.
The community center on P1 is a good place to connect.
Things can get pretty glamorous.
宅区。
I swear that.
How's
it going? Can I help you?
Every time.
Cool.
卖点东西吧，看一下啊、把这个卖掉吧，没用了。这个太重了，卖。救地球手枪可以卖多少？实际上还卖1000块而已哦，掉太多了吧？这个价钱。感觉这个是不是也可以卖掉啊？又找了。哎，什么时候拿这把的？一手35哎，这好重哦！看一把那个一把匕首比那斧还重。地雷卖掉卖掉。这偷来的也先卖掉好了。这个不知道是什么东西，独特的。那稀有度是4，但是它只能卖多少？5块钱。又是什么东西在占我的包包容量？ 超新星啊，这什么东西？哇，加12%，28氧气。这个也留着。直接卖掉哦，这个东西真的是太重了，扛不住啊，不扛不动啊，安心的下去吧。哎呦，等一下，同伴身上的东西。
Yeah. If you have any gear. Let's see what you've got. Okay.
We got lots of stuff. Sounds like a plan. Yeah. Come back anytime.
The Settled Systems News Network.
Keep a lookout. Notifying us.
Invoices can be collected from the... Oh. Not here for a delivery, are you?
Worked. Past tense. Dr. Walker hasn't been employed here for some time now. A shame, too. We had such high hopes for Percival.
I brought him on myself to do medical and biological consulting around the city. Not the sort of work the Trade Authority traditionally does, but we thought it had the potential to become a whole new type of revenue stream for our branch. I invested no small amount of personal capital into the endeavor. But then he decided to run off after a discipline issue. I presume the miners have him hidden somewhere. Plenty of cracks on this old rock. But at this point, it's probably for the best. They were all devils. Red Devils. A UC Marine unit based here on Mars, though they were disbanded shortly after the Colony War. I presume a number of them served alongside Dr. Walker. Bonds forged in battle and all that. Dr. Walker decided to start brewing and selling his own pharmaceuticals to our customers below cost. Something his contract expressly forbade. As such, we requested our cut of the profits and began garnishing his salary. Perhaps a little too severely, but well within legal limits. It was around then that he ran off, abandoning his duty and his unpaid accounts.
太卷了。
That's correct. We're no longer interested in Dr. Walker's services. He did leave his post, however, with a sizable debt to his name. If you were to find him and get him to pay, the Trade Authority would be most grateful for it.
Oh, I loathe the Trade Authority. Is it absolutely necessary that we have to help them? I couldn't have put that better myself.
Pity.
Perhaps a little advance on my part might pique your interest. Visit the Sixth Circle, a bar on the lowest level of the city. If someone in Sidonia knows where Percival is, you'll find them there.
If you're here to broker a deal, why don't you trust me?
The United Colonies Department of Labor...
Broken Spear's upstairs. Go drown yourself there. This bar's for Devil's vets and their kin. Doc Walker? You're barking up the wrong...
Andy, you. Why don't you come here and tell me what some stray wants with Walker? Not every day a stray topsider wanders into my bar claiming they know people.
我没有说我认识他，我说我要找他嘞。问号，耳包了是不是？看起来不止伤到眼，耳朵也伤到哦。
That's so. Now, if that tag's a forgery, it's a damn good one. All right. Maybe she did send you. Or maybe you just know where to buy your fakes. But look, even if I decided I was going to help you get in contact with Dr. Walker, Percival made himself scarce for a reason. His debt to the Trade Authority. But if someone resolved that debt, well, Percival wouldn't have to hide anymore. Can bet that person would make a friend out of Percival, and the rest of us devils.
看这边怎么每个人都想干我钱啊？
to help a friend.
到底？
Red Devils were the meanest Marine unit the UC Navy ever had. Couldn't get in if you hadn't done at least one stint as a Martian Dusty. Made us tough, reliable. That's why they chose us as the handlers for the UC Xeno weapons. No other unit could handle that pressure. Percival, though, he wasn't a grunt like all of us. Science officer. Made sure the monsters behaved themselves around the Devils, and didn't with everyone else. But it was those monsters that did us in. When the colony war ended and the armistice came down, everything associated with xeno-weapons got shelved, Red Devils included. Now they're just a memory. Me? Nah. Infantry officer. But my grunts deployed alongside the things. Never seen anything like it, before or since. Monsters from the darkest corners of the Black, rampaging across the battlefield. And understand why they banned them. Brutal. Armistice hurt us more than most, but... wow. Wasn't all bad that came out of that agreement. Well... most straightforward way to take care of this debt would be to just saunter up to the authority and pay him direct, if you've got credits to throw away. Of course, rumor is the Trade Authority keeps all their records and collections files on a central server inside their storeroom. If someone was to break in there and adjust Percival's debt to something a little more reasonable, say a few hundred credits, I'd be happy to cover the costs.
Making that adjustment would be illegal. I don't think this is a road we should
还
travel.
好吧，我上次闯进去弄伺服器，你也没讲话啊。
to another. Sidonia's full of old utility spaces. Wouldn't be surprised if there was one that let out right into the authority storeroom. Say, with an entrance behind the bar at the Broken Spear. Ooh, and you might need these.
哦，跳锁器5个。
And I look forward to hearing the good news.
哦，这老板真好。
Hey, you may be Hadrian's friend. Come here.
Heard you talking with Lou, so you're going to help Dr. Walker? Oh, no, I mean, I've got my suspicions, but look, you're planning to help Percival, right? Yeah, sure. Listen, I know how you can do it without having to resort to any B&E. Aqueous hematite. Mars is full of it. People think it's just garbage, but Percival and I, we've been working on some projects in the deep mines. At least when he wasn't slaving away at his trade authority contract. But we stumbled on a way to make it useful and profitable. You give our research over to Octai at the Trade Authority, it should more than cover Percival's debt. That guy's always looking for an angle. No. Well, yes, but the medical kind. I'd help him make whatever the city was running low on that month, and we'd sell it to the miners for cheap. But the Trade Authority got wind and wanted their cut. And then some. It's mostly iron and about 3 centuries of human water runoff, though only Percival would be able to tell you all the trace elements and whatnot. But it builds up around human settlements, and something about the Martian soil changes it, makes it into something new. And we think we found a use for it. Oh, I'm Cambridge. I was Percival's assistant. Well, apprentice, really. Couldn't work in the mines anymore, so he gave me a job helping with some of his side projects. Knows experiments inside and out, and I know this one was gonna be big. Well, yeah. We were never able to finish the research. Spacers moved in and ran us out. Started setting up shop.
Oh dear. I believe I see where this is leading.
But if you can clear them out, I can walk you through how to finish the research. Then you can give it over to the Trade Authority. They'll get folks working in the deep mines again. Jobs come back, I become a modern-day folk hero. Then I don't have to sleep on an inflated space
原来都是想自己爽啊。
Biggest employer on Mars has always been Deimos Star Yards. After the Colony War, Armistice meant they needed a lot fewer warships. Fewer ships meant fewer minerals. That meant a lot of folks scrounging for work around here. A bunch of parasites and cutthroats. They're folks from the fringes of space, willing to put down anyone who tries to move in on what they've decided is theirs, even when it ain't. Strange this group would pick Mars as a new home. Sure, we're not downtown New Atlantis, but there are places where they'd be bothered less than here. My guess is the authority tipped them off when they heard we were working down there, and cut off what they thought was the competition, you know? Great. So access to the deep mines can be found outside the city. It's not far. Shouldn't even need to hop back in your ship. We'd set up right near the main drill. Taking out the spacer leader should get the message across to the rest of them to buzz off. Once you've managed that, phone up here on the comms panel, and I can walk you through finishing the research.
太酷了。
It is also advised to use only approved ship landing pads, as the UC Marines are not responsible for hull damage caused by stray munitions.
哎，哦，这个。
Oh, hi there. Me? You want to talk to me? Well, I guess and will I have to go see Doc? I've been thinking about writing her a letter. No. Oh, I mean, was that too? I'm definitely looking for... Man. Stay safe.
哦，等一下，有点远哎，它是不是别的地方啊？我靠！我用跑过去啊，真是谢了，太远了吧？哎，我这把枪也没子弹嘞，糟糕！ 哇，800多！这个船能不能进去啊？看看，他们又有上锁，锁起来了。这附近的小房子不知道有没有东西，我看一下。 有藏东西在附近啊！你们在干嘛？ 靶场。
Word of advice: don't mess with Marines.
哎，这不就是他们讲的那个矿吗？挖点看看哦。
What was that?
You're going down! Let's move! Take him down. That, my friend, is how you don't leave any of that behind.
Die!
Come on!
哎，这在搞什么啊？
I don't even need a gun.
Broadly for you. Everyone run!
没子弹了，打不到啊这个。哎，这个子弹可以捡。没有啊。
Where did they go?
Oh.
I don't think we're alone.
Say goodbye.
If you're searching them, make it quick. This must lead to the miners' living quarter. Imagine was every waking moment underground.
What?
You picked the wrong fight.
干，怎么一发都没打到？烂炮兵！哎，太扯了吧！
Oh, you're going down.
哪里啊？啊，自己人啊！ 这个居然是违禁品，禁书吗？不知道能不能看啊？
That will come in handy.
酒应该是不用太多哦。这个应该也不用吧？加5生命力，有点废啊。这个还好一点。哦，做好的，谢了。冰箱还有上锁的、哦，我靠！哎，按错了，完了。哎，对吗？嗯。
sure they had something we can use.
Go! 下去啊！这里没路啊？哎有。干，我还没下去，那边就一直在爆炸！天啊！搞什么东西啊？ 啊！这里好像都没有什么日志可以解，照理来说应该都有一大堆研究日志之类的。
What can I help you with? I'd be happy to. Bye-bye.
Huh? Good. Now to finish off the research, you're gonna need to collect a sample of hematite to run through the pressure. Grab a laser cutter and head back to the chamber where you came in. Once you've got a sample, pressure's the big machine in the next room. Passcode to start it is Ares 2330. Take care of all that, and we'll have Percival's name cleared in no time.
Password accepted. Initiating analysis. Compound analysis complete. Adding to existing notation. Collating. Process complete. You may collect your documentation.
All set? Good. You can take the elevator
我大老远跑过来就是为了用这个粉碎机。
There should be a key stashed in the thresher room.
楼上是没有哦。
I'll be waiting at the circle.
来了，把这武器捡一捡吧。看起来是要走了啦。
Set aside anything useful and just leave the rest.
刚才说电梯在哪里啊？他没仔细看嘞，这里啊。 这里， 完了，刚才说的那个位置在哪里？还没标。我靠，这样我不是要自己跑回去？再找一下哦。哎，这个吗？哦，还好。
Sidonia can have a depressing effect on them.
Be careful down near the mines. And enter any
You've got the slate. Let me see. Reduce joint wear? Oh, increase lifting capacity. A dose of this stuff could make a miner way more efficient. This formula's gotta be worth at least as much as whatever Percival owes. Okay, so here's what you do. Tell Octai and the Trade Authority you found a business proposal that will make miners more efficient, higher yield, synergy, you know, all that business crap. And that you'll trade it to him for clearing Percival's debt. You good at doing pitches and stuff like that? Oh, this is gonna be great. Oh, and here, a copy of the formula for yourself, in case you ever want to try maximizing your own industrial output. Use that if you can. Good luck.
弄到哪里去啊？等一下，我刚才好像捡到一个违禁品。要赶快先把它处理掉。我靠，这个带在身上有点紧张啊。
Bad news for the League of Independent Settlers, or LIST. A prospective colonist family used LIST resources to find a new home. A remote
Hey, you looking for anything cool?
他不烧哦。哎，等一下，这是买干。我把我卖给他的车买回来哦。这个这是能量武器，好像没有。我只有这我只有这一把。等一下，这把好像比较强一点。带着了。感觉这个马车夫好像可以卖掉，还是留着好了。
See you around.
Bring me anything useful. Arlo? Maybe another time.
Take your time. Sounds like a plan. Come back anytime.
Was there something else? Be my guest. Was there something? I'm never one to turn away an opportunity, but I'd be curious what you think you've uncovered in the Martian market that others have missed.
嗨翻天！这个第二个是什么鬼啊？在自己那边瞎掰的哦。一体信用币啊？哦，叫嗨翻天好。
Aqueous hematite, iron and wastewater. Well, I'm not surprised no one has proposed something like this before.
And exactly what does this new drug of yours do? An interesting proposal, if your data pans out. But where's this hematite coming from? The active mines would be too expensive to retool. The deep mines could be an option, but they're full of spacers, or so I've heard.
不必客气啊。哎呀，第二个好了。会耗你1分钱。
Well now, that is intriguing. A completely untapped resource pool, and the sort of utility every mining firm in Sidonia would be clamoring to get their hands on. We could contract out all the actual lab work, bring on one of the hungrier mining concerns for materials, the licensing fees alone. And think what it would do for our image with the general populace. This mine, reopened, thanks to the Martian Trade Authority. Very interesting indeed. And what do you want for the rights to this drug?
This is a promising find, certainly. I can see us granting a generous finder's fee in exchange for handing it over. Was that it?
Dr. Walker's debt. Consider it cleared. Well, it would seem we have a deal then. Here, your finder's fee. We'll just be taking that slate before you have any second thoughts. It was a pleasure doing business with you.
这个火星真的是还是赶快走了啦，真的是1800，好意思哦！我这里面绕了应该起码1个小时吧。
I'm just gonna wait until that drug's in production. Then I'm telling everyone Percival and I saved Mars. Oh,
Yeah?
of course.
Did you now? Fine work. My end of the bargain then, I suppose. He's holed up in the old Red Devil's HQ. Place was sealed up tight after the UC shuttered our unit, but we snuck him in the back entrance through the deep mines. Was also going to warn you about spacers down there. But it sounds like you might have already tossed those drakes. Here, the passkey. And I'll let him know there's someone he owes one hell of a thank you.
我怎么过去没看到他？可是他那个锁着门后面啊，哎，好像是哎。哦，还好不用跑第二遍。这里有没有什么我没捡到的东西啊？没有。哎，对吼，他们那个总部怎么会盖那么奇怪的地方？这个矿区超深处，哦，到底多深啊？应该没有那个什么太空恶棍还是挖沟的？哎呦，差点直接想跳过去。这部队是被人家排挤，是不是？那么深啊！歪一点好。
I suppose it was a bit like building a ship in a bottle.
应该不会有怪吧？
Can't say I don't appreciate it, but I doubt you came all this way just to do me a favor. Now you want to explain to me why you're going around harassing nefarious old men by wiping away their hard-earned debts? Adrian sent you. Did she look okay? Terramorph. She's fortunate to be alive at all. Hope you two had plenty of backup. So what's this she had you bring all the way down here after putting you in harm's way?
天仓美食家独家提供。
Terramorph attack, huh? Not exactly sure why you'd be bringing that... Wait, Tau Gourmet? Like Tau Ceti Tau Gourmet? That's a joke, right? There's no settlement old enough on Tau Ceti to have a Terramorph. Either someone's setting up the worst petting zoo in the universe, or if she made you come all the way for this... Let's get inside. I need to see these cells.
When you have a moment, I'd like to speak to you. Thanks for taking time to chat. I really need a friendly ear right about now. I received a message from Constellation, and it's given me a lot to think about. No, it's nothing like that. It's just a list of requests. Things I would normally handle if I was there. But I'm not. I'm out here instead with you. No, it's the first time. But the fact that they're reaching out, well, it's given me a lot to think about. Something like that. It's difficult to explain. Before I joined Constellation, I served for 8 years as the head of the Navigator Corps, until the UC decided to axe the department. If you want to help, I feel like I need to give you some background. Just bear with me. It was a branch of the United Colonies Navy, a small fleet of ships outfitted for galactic exploration. Basically, a military version of Constellation. Yeah, sure. Some more than others. You see, the top brass demanded press-worthy discoveries to justify the spending, and money was tight after the war. Shutdown was inevitable. At the end of the day, I was in charge, so the blame obviously fell on my shoulders. Oh, like hell I can't. You once told me that you favored the journey over the destination. So I'm hoping you'll understand what I'm trying to say. I failed, because I was more concerned about exploring the stars than pushing a pencil. If I had fought harder, I'm convinced our division may have had a chance to prove its value. That depends on your definition of significant. Discover a rare neutron star, and no one cares. But slap a picture of a kooky alien life form on SSNN, and suddenly you're a goddamn rock star. It's all about the propaganda, what gets the people excited. That's what the United Colonies was focused on at the time. That's just it, though. Did I push too hard? Did they shut us down because I wasn't quietly sitting at my desk approving meaningless memos? We'll never know. Yes, maybe. Call it whatever you want. My drive, my initiative, my optimism. It's been my greatest strength and my worst nightmare. It elevates me to these positions of authority, but all I want to do is explore, not sit and make sure all the accounts are balanced. Yes, exactly. If it's obvious to you, imagine how obvious it is to someone like Barrett or Mateo. Oh, they must be itching to replace me by now. God damn it. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Oh, here you are trying to help me and I'm yelling at you. You have to understand. Once Aja retired, I lost the only person that gave a damn. Look, it's clear that you have feelings for me. It's just... I've never had time for this sort of
感觉
thing
好感快
in
刷
my
满
life.
了。
Please, it's not you. It's me. I'm just
怎么还不行吗？
ready to get that close. I can't. Not now. But thank you for being there and listening. It
找
helped.
错人了，难道这个人不行？这个人不能攻略吗？最多就这样子了。
Gonna ask you to not touch anything. Got some projects in the works down here. I wasn't expecting guests. Oh, and Lou mentioned how you took care of the dead. Can't say I'm thrilled the Trade Authority got their mitts on the research, but I guess that's the price you pay not to live in a cave the rest of your days. All queued up. Let's gaze into this abyss, shall we? All right, just get those cellular markers tagged. Wait, where are the markers? This can't be right. This sample, it's Londinian. I'll need to get this all in a slate. Adrian really gave you this sample. You're not lying to me? Because if you told me this was a hoax, and it'd be the best damn fake I've ever seen, I'd be mad and very, very relieved. She was disconcertingly correct. Trying a little habit of Adrian's. Which is why, if you wanted to have your film crew jump out and yell surprise, I wouldn't be saddened in the least. Can't just humor an old man, huh? This sample, it's got all the indicators of the worst terramorph attack in human history. I presume you've heard of Londinian. It was. An entire city wiped off the map. The swarms were so bad, they had to blow the spaceport and seal the place off from the galaxy at large. Not a lot of samples made it off the world from the time of the attack, but the ones that did, well, they look just like this one. I didn't detect any of the telltale signatures this specimen ever sat on a ship while it was alive, either. I don't think it was transported to Tal Ceti. This specimen, it grew there, faster than any terramorph should. Which means, if we're about to start a new era in human-terramorph relations, where big, sudden Londinian-style attacks can happen outside Londinian, that's not gonna end well for humanity.
It would be the end of us as a species.
So, you lugged this bad omen all the way here. You want to tell me what your plans are for it now?
只是个跑腿的啊。
Because until now, the terramorphs that wiped out Londinian had the good sense to stay put. What happened there? It was a tragedy, but at least it was contained. So to find evidence for a similar attack on a different world, well, we don't have enough information to know precisely what this means. But I doubt it's good. So I'd love to know what it is you're planning from here. The circle, huh? Could use a drink about now. Here, faster we take the lift to the surface. Not supposed to use it, but given the circumstances, I'm inclined to just ask forgiveness. Let's get going.
该不会后面的剧情这边会重启吧？这么大一间。
Entertaining the notion of xeno-warfare angers me to the core.
Used to think I was Vanguard material.
really her? Hadrian.
Percival. My God, look at you. You're an old man now.
You're no hassling yourself anymore, Major. Our friend here showed me your sample. Suffice it to say...
Not here. Let's talk somewhere more private. Lou said we could use the back. Lou gave me the abridged version of what went down. Yeah, I can't thank you enough for taking care of all that.
Makes two of us.
I hope it ultimately didn't end up being too much trouble. That's definitely not what I thought I was signing you up for. But thank you. So, were you two able to get that workup together?
Got it right here. That sample? It's an exact match for the ones from Londinian.
Londinian. That's exactly what I was afraid of.
Not thrilled to be the bearer of that kind of news. That's for damn sure. So tell me you've got some kind of plan for that workup.
Well, right now, we've got more questions than answers. So I've been trying to figure out what it's gonna take to access our old Terramorph data.
Good place to start. What'd you find?
It's in the archives.
The Armistice Archives? Doesn't that mean we'd be dealing with the Cabinet? And the Freestar Collective? And House Varun somehow? Guess we can kiss that approach goodbye.
I didn't think the Cabinet would be willing to hear us out either. But I called in some favors. They've agreed to hear us out on two conditions. One, they want to see this analysis you two have procured. And two, they want to discuss what happened on Tau Ceti. With both of us.
我也要去吗?
Well, when the colony war came to a close 19 years ago, with the signing of the armistice, 3 factions were involved in the negotiations. The UC, Freestar, and House Varun. They made a lot of decisions about what sort of tactics should and shouldn't be permitted in future conflicts. All information related to the things they decided should be banned was locked away in the archives. Now, it's possible to get things out of there, but only with the agreement of members from all 3 factions. And as to what our research is doing in there,
那个家族不是已经不见了?
well, I'll get to that. The Cabinet's the UC's highest governing body. The President, top military brass, scientific and diplomatic division heads. Any major decision the UC makes goes through them. They're the only real chance we've got of unlocking the archives. So without their blessing, we're flying blind. Of course, you deserve the full story. Percival and I, we're not just researchers. We were military scientists, ran a division of the UC together that deployed aliens on the battlefield as weapons.
Place I was hiding out. That was our unit's home base.
After some early fits and starts at other facilities, the place eventually became the heart of UC xeno-warfare. A practice that's been banned ever since the armistice went into effect almost 20 years ago. And the UC military cut us loose for what we'd done. No. We were both dismissed after the war for what we did. These days, we're just concerned citizens with a very particular area of expertise. Our damage has been done for a long time. Well, it was during that assignment that the UC asked us to explore deploying terramorphs on the battlefield. The project never got off the ground. But the data our team gathered is now sitting in the archives, along with all the other information banned after the colony war. Under the watchful eye of monitors from all the galactic factions still participating in regular politics. But if we can convince the cabinet to help us access that data, it'll give us the tools we need to decipher what exactly this sample might mean. And hopefully, how to prevent more attacks like the one that spawned it. Because the Terramorph project was doomed from the start. Terramorphs are too mean, too smart, too hungry to be used in combat. Trust us, we tried. The data that's in the archives, it's historical write-ups, anatomical notation, food chain analyses. I doubt they would have even classified it if it didn't have a Xeno-Warfare logo on it. You have my word. It's not a threat. I mean, I hope they will, given the evidence we've acquired. But getting the Freestar Collective and House Varun on our side, that won't be easy.
Since neither group is exactly on great terms with the UC at the moment, for various reasons.
Exactly. It's going to mean negotiations and deals and plenty of diplomatic legwork to see this through. But I don't see a better option to solving what's going on here. So it's gonna be up to us to get them on board. All right. I'm gonna go get this work up into the cabinet's hands. I'll meet you out front of Mast in New Atlantis.
Good luck. You two are gonna need it.
哎，那你们要跟着去哦？那不是你研究的吗？
Friend to one devil, friend to them all. Becoming a devil? Parents on New Atlantis. Here. Martian fiends. Oh. When the...
You should give that recipe a whirl. Well, Percival's research tends to be pretty sound, and probably less than a 10% chance you go blind. Not a lot of folks would have stuck their necks out for a stranger like that.
Hell of a city, isn't it? There's nowhere else like it in the galaxy.
Captain! Over here! The workup's in the cabinet's hands. They said they'll call for us once they've gotten to properly review it. But listen, I know I should have been more forthcoming about who I was earlier. So, in the interest of full disclosure, there's one more thing you ought to know before we head up there. My relationship with the UC. It's more complicated than it might seem at first glance. The UC's actually the only reason I'm here in the first place. I am a clone of a man named Francois Sanon, one-time fleet admiral of the UC during the Colony War, former head of the UC Navy. They called him Ve Victus, woe to the defeated, in Old Earth Latin, a title he earned. The program I was a part of, it was the UC's attempt to create a new generation of military minds from one of their most respected tacticians. Secure the leadership of the UC military for generations to come.
你怎么变科学家了？走错方向了吧？
I'm the last. A few of my siblings, they passed when we were young. Training accidents and the like. But most of the rest were deployed to the front lines during the Colony War, and they never came back. Not a day goes by where I don't think about what the world would look like with them still in it. A non-trivial amount of gene editing. Clone, honestly, isn't even really the right term for our relationship, thanks to the amount of donor material that was required to bring me into this world. He and I are different on more than a few levels, but there's no denying the fact we're inextricably linked. He would have happily told you he was one of the greats. Ultimately, though, it didn't matter. The man I was cloned from, my father, was executed for acts he committed during the war. The man caused a lot of death, on both sides. Freestar Collective, and UC. Military, and civilians. And the things he did, well, they're a part of the reason the UC and Freestar Collective aren't really on great terms to this day. So my involvement, it could be another obstacle they throw at us up there. I just wanted you to be forewarned. He had his men open fire on civilian ships during the Battle of Cheyenne. A battle that he ultimately ended up losing anyway, devastating the UC fleet and bringing the colony war to an ugly end for the UC. But he's also the one who ordered the bombing of the Londinian spaceport during their outbreak, condemning countless lives. Both sides agreed the settled systems would be better without him. My areas of expertise are pretty specific, but messed up families are up there. You know, while we've got a second, was there anything else we needed to discuss? I know you got dropped into the middle of this pretty fast. Or if you've got any last-minute business to attend to, now might be a good time. No telling how long the cabinet's gonna keep us waiting out here. That's actually a souvenir from my time on Mars. The Red Devils unit I was a part of, they were founded by recruits who'd worked some of Mars' deepest mines. Folks used to adversity. The dust at those depths, it seeps into everything. The human eye included. Where the name Red Devils came from in the first place. It became an unwritten rite of passage that anyone wanting to enlist with the Devils had to do a stint in the mines before they could join up. The Devils were always talked about in such revered tones during my training, so as soon as I was old enough, I signed up. And the eyes were my parting gift. I mean, we never spent a lot of time together. He was too busy being Fleet Admiral to deal with kids. I was raised by a pair of guardians instead. Until his defeat during the Colony War, though, he was known as an extremely effective commander. Savvy. Perceptive. That mind opened a lot of doors for him. And for me, too. But Ve Victus, for all his ability, was heartless. Ruthless to a fault. In the end, that's what cost him his life. Well, thinking about it more, I suspect there'd be value in sharing the fact that the Terramorph project was, well, a failure. There's no need to be afraid of this data being weaponized. Knowing that should calm some of the Cabinet's fears and make it easier for us to dispel any suspicions the other factions might have about our intentions. Eye strain from the amount of reading I've got on the horizon if we succeed. The Terramorph project never went anywhere. It couldn't. They're deadly creatures, but they aren't xenoweapons. The Cabinet not opening the archives is probably a bigger risk than them handing over the files. That data itself isn't dangerous, which probably wouldn't be a bad point for us to bring up, should the opportunity arise. Then I guess it's just a matter of...
The cabinet meeting is about to begin. All parties, please proceed to the cabinet chambers.
Sounds like our cue.
Ah, Captain. Congratulations on joining the ranks of the Vanguard.
Ah, welcome. You must be the captain Hadrian mentioned in her report. You have our thanks for the risks you faced in securing this information. Well, I'll be sure your commanding officer hears that you've done them satisfactorily. Now then, we have 2 petitioners here making a surprising request. Access to the UC Xeno Warfare Team's Terramorph data, currently housed in the Armistice archives. A request which will require not just this body's agreement, but that of all 3 Armistice signatories. UC, Freestar Collective, and House Varun. Now, Captain, we've all read Hadrian's report on the subject, but we have yet to hear from you. Perhaps you could summarize for the Cabinet what it is you see as the goal of this endeavor. All knowledge related to the technologies banned by the UC, including, I want to know what you, someone with less direct involvement in the...
That's quite the leap, Captain. Madam President, I object to the very premise of this meeting. While no one would argue that what happened on Tau Ceti was anything less than a tragedy, Terramorph attacks are not some sudden new threat on the horizon. They've been happening for generations. To demand we hand over banned archival knowledge and possibly upset the balance of galactic diplomacy because of a single attack seems at best panic. And at worst, a power grab by the daughter of a bloodthirsty warmonger and her associates.
I would remind the chief diplomat who he's speaking to. If it's my father you're looking to address, you're welcome to consult a medium. I would also ask, how many deaths the Cabinet requires to act? 50? 50,000? Because if tragedies like Tau Ceti are just prelude to more attacks, I have no doubt you'll get the body count you require.
Let's keep this civil, shall we? And while there should be no doubt the preservation of life stands paramount among this body's duties, Chief Yassine has a point. Will a single attack, however troubling, be sufficient to convince the other factions to grant us access to what they no doubt consider weapon data? I don't think it's enough. Perhaps you can help, Captain. As the one who actually collected the sample in question, did this Terramorph seem at all alarming to you?
Just taking her word for it as well, then.
So it would seem. So then, Captain, given the discussion now and the information you've been privy to thus far, if you were in our position, would you grant the request made to open the archives?
会啦，哪是不会了？不会我要怎么进行？不会我任务不就断在这里了吗？还可以选不，还可以选不批准哦，直接自己把这个支线掐断了。
It doesn't matter if it can be weaponized or not. The archives need to remain sealed for now. There's no reason to rush into a decision of this magnitude.
That? I hadn't thought of that, Captain.
An excellent point indeed. The other powers would likely be much more inclined to work with us knowing that. Chief Diplomat.
That point is a good one. Very well, you have my agreement. The galaxy is lucky you were here today, Captain.
你的态度也转变太大了吧
Chief Diplomat. So, if there are no other objections, I believe we can agree to give our full backing to make the request to... What was that?
是不是那个海边兽啊？不会吧？开图
Chief Sarkin, what's happening?
There's been an attack at the spaceport.
我靠，太快吧
Terramorphs.
Terramorphs. More attacks. Just as predicted.
还在这边开会啊
Damn it. They're here. Now.
开完真的人都没了。
There must be another explanation. The creatures evaded our scanners somehow.
There will be plenty of time for conjecture later. Chief Sarkin, order the evacuation of the spaceport and have your men contain the things, but do it discreetly. The last thing we need is a citywide panic.
Yes, ma'am.
Admiral Logan, the local barracks can provide support.
I'll make the order myself. The nearest anti-Xeno squad, though, is off-world. Going to take a while to bring them in.
Well then, we'll have to make do with the tools we've got.
懂了懂了，靠我啊
You too.
别
You
看我
can't
啊
risk
我
those
知道
things
了
getting out of the spaceport. I want you both on the next train there. We'll let them know you're coming and that you've dealt with these things before. Now go show them how it's done.
We're on it, ma'am.
看还能怎么做？拿枪射他啊
Let's get...
可是我没子弹哎，靠！我应该现在补子弹哦。哇，都剩下垃圾枪，凉了。哎，不要堵路啦！喂。
You! The EM rifle, grab it! Now!
Stop! We're trying to help you!
Stun them! Do it now!
That's it. Now hit him with everything you've got.
啊，是怎样？哦，他们是被控制的啦。我刚才想到那个什么，那个害变是会控制人哦。哎，我看捡到那把，这个吗？哦，应该是这一把吧。
There's another one!
Thank you for what you did. We didn't want to hurt them.
The way those people were acting, I've seen this before. They were under the Terramorph's influence, weren't they?
I don't know. They were down at the port and they just started screaming. We tried to restrain them, get them on the train to get them out of harm's way, but some of the other officers down there, we couldn't restrain them fast enough.
我靠！我现在要
started firing on us.
看我要打怪还要打人。
They went berserk.
Pheromonic projection. Some Terramorphs, they can induce this fog. It affects everyone differently, but some people just lose control, turn against everyone around them, even if they don't want to. They're like a puppet. You kill the morph, you break the hold. But this means we're gonna need to be real careful with our fire. And keep that EM weapon at the ready. I honestly was just wondering the same thing. But no, you don't need to worry about me. I've had a Terramorph try it on me before. I'm not susceptible. So we'll just have to make sure to watch out for each other down there. I'm not suggesting. It's documented behavior. The result of the projection, though, can vary wildly. Some folks just shrug it off. Others hallucinate. And some lose control altogether. They'll lash out at anyone around them. But still be aware while they're doing it. Those cases, you'll either need to knock them out with EM fire, or free them by killing the Terramorph. Let's do it.
Nat's unlocked. Please, do what you can to help them.
拜托不要太多子弹不够嘞。
God, no time to waste, Captain. Stash the
busy right now.
Firepower. Let's move.
还是晚上。
Gonna be okay. Not real.
All citizens are required to proceed to the nearest shelter.
看都搞成这样子了，市民还能不恐慌哦？
You might back up. Don't just stand there. All sides! Oh God. Captain, you're going to be okay. It's not real. Whatever you're experiencing right now, it's not real. We have to put down that sword.
Join us in bliss.
哎，不要在我耳边讲话，等一下，恶心哎！
I'm coming for you.
Glad you're on my side back there.
啊，准备，就这。
Wait, officer? Are you and this woman experts? Take whatever we can get right now. We've got the remaining creatures locked down on the landing pad.
啊，
barely
这原来
holding
不
our
是一只
perimeter.！
我靠，子弹不够啊！那么多。
Well, one fire team to spare and whatever supplies you need, but
你随便用，好哦。
can't risk them taking over any more.
哦，不错不错。哇，
Those things down and do it fast. We'll hold them as best we can.
感觉到诚意了。哎，这样才有打的动力嘛。看起来还有没有？
Heard you might be looking for some backup. You say the word, we're out there on your 6.
You two have any experience with Terramorphs before?
Only the brief they just gave on the way here. But we know how to handle pressure.
Surviving a full-on mental assault isn't the same as keeping your cool in a firefight. Might make you more liability than asset.
We're not UC security. You don't need to worry about us.
火力小队看起来很猛啊。
We're not afraid. But we'll stay here and hold the line if that's what you want. You're the experts. Roger that. We're on you.
感觉带一批人比较好啊。
Don't leave any of that behind.
有啊，就这啊，就2个人，不是1个人啊？火力小队嘞，一人小队哦，天啊！哦，不对，是不是2个人啊？哦，海军陆战队，这听起来很猛啊！来。记得不是有那个可以加远程伤害的吗？现在喝一个这个好了。干什么只追我啊
？This is useless. You've already lost.
哎，不是只追我是怎样？等一下，我刚刚有个外星伤害加成的枪啊，是吧？哦。
All wrapped up. We should go tell the sergeant what happened.
It's over. Thank God. If these things reached the populated areas of the city, we would have had an absolute massacre on our hands.
Thank the heavens you're back in one piece. Though I guess our people weren't so lucky.
你们人不是一个都没少。 他们自己没本事，哇靠，这是超人写的。
The few protecting the many.
And it would have been plenty more if it hadn't been for the two of you.
The city owes you both a debt after this.
We were just in the right place at the right time.
Captain, we should report back to the President. Let her know the Terramorphs have been dealt with. Take care of yourself, Sergeant.
So fast.
Those people are getting treated now. Don't know what would have happened if you hadn't shown up.
They said you're free to come and go.
Captain? Hadrian? It would appear that the Cabinet owes you our thanks for what you did for the city today. As well as an apology. Your concerns about the Terramorphs, well, consider them validated.
Thank you, ma'am.
I had some ideas on that front, Captain, but we'll get to that. Now, today's events have only clarified our path forward in the eyes of the Cabinet. You will have our full support in collecting the Terramorph data from the archives, as well as a subsequent investigation into the nature of these attacks. But to accomplish those goals, we're going to need the right people in the right places. As such, the Cabinet has authorized me to reinstate you, Hadrian, effective immediately, to your former rank of Major. As soon as we've got the data in hand, we want you investigating these attacks and how to stop them. Will you do this?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. I'd be honored.
Excellent. But as you've both made clear, for such an investigation to succeed first, we're going to need someone to convince the Freestar Collective and House Varun to play ball. Someone who knows precisely the sorts of dangers the colonies and all the galaxy are facing right now. The Cabinet wants you, Captain, to be that representative. The Cabinet wants progress, and wants it quickly. You're already far more familiar with the situation than any diplomat would be. There's also no diplomat alive that can claim they helped keep a cadre of Terramorphs off the embassy doorsteps. The Cabinet was unanimous. They want you. The very next item on my list. In exchange, we're willing to fast-track your citizenship upon collection of the data. Get you access to those credits at real estate here. So,
早说嘛
will you help us?
帮，这一定帮。请问
It
还有
has
什么好
its
处？
perks. Only citizens can purchase property in the city.
哦，优惠
We
价，
also pay reduced prices on most goods
好像
and
还行
services
欸。
across the UC. There's also a credit disbursement when you first join. Help get you on your feet. But above all, you'd become a dedicated part of the greatest faction in the galaxy. If you're willing to help us, we can open that door. I'm glad to hear it. Now, We, of course, won't be sending you in without the proper support.
难道有船吗？
Deputy McIntyre in the Office of Interstellar Affairs will be your guide on gaining
想
access
说
to
送
the
钱又
archives.
送房，然后
You
又
should be
送
able to
船，
find her in her office across
船
the
嘞
hall.？ And on behalf of the whole of the United Colonies, you have our thanks. You're dismissed.
You've got the Cabinet's full backing to prevent more attacks. Understand?
I'm going to check in with Chief Engineer. Start getting a plan together for that
Greater
data.
than I think we realize.
These creatures can hit us in New Atlantis. Nowhere is safe.
Howdy.
Okay. Hello.
Excuse me. Have you seen these orders? A Vanguard captain. You... Yes, sir. I'll make sure they get what they require. That must make you my Vanguard captain. Welcome to Interstellar Affairs. I'm Deputy Chief Diplomat McIntyre, Chief Yassine's second-in-command. I heard you were instrumental in protecting the city from the attack. You have my gratitude. I was also informed that you gave quite the presentation to the cabinet. Chief Yassine wants you to know the Interstellar Affairs Office is fully committed to this endeavor, accessing the Terramorph data and beyond. We're going to do everything in our power to make sure you have the tools you need. And that means first getting you into the archives. You do know what the archives are, correct? Someone paid attention in current events. Access to the archives is only granted in cases of dire emergency, and requires a one-time use code from each of the 3 Armistice signatories. UC, Freestar Collective, and House Varun. Now, the UC is already on board, so that means we'll need to convince 2 people, the ambassadors of the Freestar Collective and House Varun, to hand over their codes. Get them both and you'll have your data. But that's a lot easier said than done. No. Each is a strip of several million random numbers generated on the fly based on biometric keys kept by each of the ambassadors on their person at all times. They're impossible to create without those keys, and those keys stay with the ambassadors, meaning we're accessing nothing if we can't get them on our side. I couldn't agree more. However, both ambassadors have reasons they won't, or can't, work with us. Now, I'll provide guidance on how we believe you can acquire each code, but ultimately, it'll be up to you to get them both to cooperate. And I do mean cooperate. Threats and violence are off the table here. Though that doesn't mean we can't get creative. But it does mean we need to get you up to speed on who you're dealing with. Who do you want to start with? Ambassador Radcliffe of Freestar, or Ambassador Balmore of House Varun? The good
这种比较好搞的吧？
Ambassador
哎，等一下，这个好像不好搞哎。
She's a veteran of the Colony War.
根本就
And
算敌
her
对的
only
吧？
goal in life is to make ours miserable. Now, officially, our office is suggesting you try and negotiate with her. Use your experiences as a member of the military and with the threat we're facing to convince her to lend her support. And who knows? Maybe that'll work. Stranger things have happened. But my suspicion is we're going to have to rely on other tools to get her code. Certainly. See, good diplomacy is all about the careful application of pressure. We just need to find the squeeze. UC Intelligence has a recording device planted in the ambassador's living quarters, which we suspect you can use to your advantage. But getting caught trespassing is a quick way to land yourself in an embassy holding cell. So, if you are going to try and access the device, you're going to need to find a way in there without being seen. Now, we recovered some intel we believe should be able to help with that. But there's also a disgruntled staff member you might be able to pump for information. Maybe even convince to work with you.
Name's Cameron Long. He's younger than Ratcliffe, bears less of a grudge towards the UC. He works closely with the ambassador, making him a promising source for information on the ins and outs of embassy life, and someone who very likely hates her guts.
Yes, many. Don't steal anything. Don't get caught anywhere you're not supposed to. Absolutely do not harm anyone. If something goes wrong, we'll do our best to smooth things over, but I can't make any promises.
All right. Here, your diplomatic ID. I'll give them a heads up you're on your way. Not likely to let you through the door otherwise.
And take these. Chief Yassine wanted you to have some options on how to proceed in there.
哇，刚刚给9600，现在又给9600，太爽了吧！
Ambassador Balmore's a challenge. When the rest of House Varun retreated into seclusion shortly after the signing of the armistice, Balmore stayed here. He's since lent his support to a small number of archival requests, so there's real hope he might again. Though claiming to know how a member of House Varun thinks is a quick way to earn yourself a psych eval.
Well, these days, they're primarily considered a security threat. House Varun Zealots, a fundamentalist outshoot of the group that stayed behind when the rest retreated into seclusion, want nothing more than to send everyone not dedicated to their cause to the great serpent in the sky. But that hasn't always been the case. After they ended the Serpent's Crusade about 70 years back, House Varun did take a real run at trying to normalize relations with the rest of the galaxy. It's why they have an embassy here in the first place, why they were included in the armistice negotiations. But then, without warning, they left, leaving behind, to our knowledge, just the ambassador and his duty under the armistice.
It does, but there's a concern. We're not 100% sure Balmore's actually still alive. His public appearances were always rare, but it's been several years now since he last poked his head out. Scans of the facility show life signs, but not the kind we were expecting.
Your task is to find him and kindly but firmly remind him of his duties under the armistice.
Ah, 没有人进去过，他就这样一直宅在里面，太扯了吧？食物都不用的吗？
The embassy is still legally House Varun's sovereign territory, so we're not technically permitted inside. We've snuck in the occasional spy, of course, but the ambassador has proven more evasive than you'd expect for a man of his age. But we're quite sure he hasn't left the city. The man stands out.
Then you search the embassy for his biometric key, collect your code piece, and we'll go about notifying his next of kin, if we can ever find them. But let's hope it doesn't come to that.
The Varun delegation brought more than a few of their native flora with them when they set up in the embassy. It seems those plants have been allowed to flourish, making it hard for us to verify what's flora and what's ambassador. It would at least be a speedier negotiation. But I, of course, hope the ambassador is alive and well.
Now, the embassy front door isn't an option, but our spies have stated there's a side entrance that should allow you access. Here, this device should get you all the way down to the embassy interior. Once you're inside, though, finding the ambassador is going to be up to you. And fair warning, we received a report that alarms might have been tripped inside the embassy during the attacks. Watch out for automated security in there.
Now, if you have additional questions or require clearance for a new approach we haven't already discussed, don't hesitate to ask. I'd suggest you start with Ambassador Radcliffe. Approach her while the attack is still fresh in her and her staff's mind. Be smart out there, Captain.
Hey.
Pardon?
Yes?
Hard to believe it's been 2 decades since we were at war with the Collective, but it seems like only yesterday.
我还以为那个大使馆至少就是独立的一间房子，结果不是哦，只是在大楼里面的一间一层。
I'm going to be upfront with you. I'm not happy visiting anything related to the Freestar Collective, but you lead, and I'll follow.
This building is Freestar sovereign territory, so in here, we're the law. You're allowed 3 places: conference room, lobby, or the ambassador's office. You set foot anywhere else, there's gonna be problems.
Terramorphs? As in more than one? All that security and they still can't protect their own spaceport. The UC never fails to disappoint. I just wish I had received the news from an SSN broadcast. We have a strategic advantage to retain, Mr. Long.
Of course, ma'am. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Excuse me. Are you supposed to be in here?
Guests can make themselves comfortable in the lobby.
That woman is an absolute... Oh, sorry. Oh, what? You're the Vanguard captain, right? You know, I was about to board the Nat to the spaceport when the alarm triggered. Sounds like I got real lucky. And like I've got you to thank for things not being a lot uglier. Heard that, huh? Yeah, the ambassador likes to treat us like family, yeah. And she doesn't care for most of them either. But look, they said you were coming here on official business. The ambassador likes to handle all that personally, even if she does have trained diplomats here to help her. And I don't want to get shipped back to Aquila City, so you should probably go speak to her. You were sent for me? Huh, maybe... Let's go somewhere to talk.
有了，走，我们走，走啊！
Let's talk in my office. So you want me to work with you? But why now? Why
非你
me?
不可啊！
And what exactly would I be doing for the UC? Okay, first you need her bio key, and that thing doesn't leave her side. Better chance of splitting the atom with a spoon than me getting that from her. Her quarters. Huh. Oh, that's doable. And you and the UC will be providing me with what for my services?
对，1000会不会太廉价？1000块给你，感觉他没有想到这个。
Really?
1000块对他们来讲没什么吸引力吧
You've got yourself a deal. Okay, so there's a utility corridor that leads to the ambassador's quarters, which you can access through the main conference room. Here, the key. Whatever you do, don't let the guards see you entering or exiting the utility section, or you're gonna be in serious hot water. I'll keep an ear out for more instructions from the UC.
We should have a talk. When you have the time, of course.
Oh. 孔草案。
Patching in playback.
Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch! Cameron!
Are you alright, Ambassador?
It seems the Council of Governors has rejected my appeal to join. Again. Which means you and I are stuck in this colonial rat cage until we die. But I think we might need to. We should expedite the process.
What are you getting at, ma'am?
I mean, my requests keep being rejected because they don't want to add a scene, right? But what if one opened up? The ice is hard.
大不如前了，哇，心脏病发了。
Eva, I think it's time to get some sleep. Just think about it. Maybe we can reach out to some experts at that sort of thing, huh?
Good night, Eva.
吓死我！保存一下，哇！
Sounds like it would. real mess down at the spaceport.
I'm sorry. Do you have an appointment? Ah, you're the one McIntyre called about. The eyewitness. She said you were at the spaceport. You have my thanks for what you did down there, truly. Saved many lives. Now, she also mentioned that, and maybe it was just a bad connection, that now the UC wants terramorph data from the Armistice archives, some of the most highly guarded information in the galaxy, in order to protect us all. I can only presume you're here to tell me I misheard her and that they didn't send you, local hero, to futilely beg on their behalf. Tell me I've got that right.
你真趁现在嚣张了啊！帮帮忙吧，拜托，姿态太低了啦。
I was afraid of that. Let me be frank, Captain. The answer is no. That information is there because it is dangerous. I will not be the one responsible for its release. Now, why don't you quit wasting my time and yours, and go? Excuse me? I have no idea what you're talking about. No. If the council found out, I'd lose my position. I'd be exiled. Look, I believe we may have gotten off on the wrong foot. The issue at hand is one of trust, no? So perhaps if I can trust you to keep this little secret between us, then maybe we can find a way to trust the UC with access to the archives.
总是要表示点诚意吧。
But where are my manners? Here, my pistol.
哇，特别定制版
，custom made. Now, with my error rectified, I
诚意
presume
呢
we？have a deal.
这个诚意不太够嘞，就这。
Good. I appreciate you working with me. Just like I'm sure our great powers will. In fact, I think there's an opportunity here. Keep both our factions happy and ensure an air of legitimacy to the whole proceeding. I can only let you get the information on the terramorphs. Anything else and people will get suspicious. And all research will need to be monitored. Freestar scientific observers making sure everything's being used for the right purposes. But those 2 items should be enough to allay any suspicions. You won't... You just need some time to consider. I can tell. Let's just go get you your code while you decide what a reasonable idea this is.
是这样吗？等下，别走，别走。
Code generators just this way.
好，呀，这还要生成器哦，我要电脑用一下就好了。谈判费呢？等下记得要交哎。
They tell me it should only take a moment. And there. It's not supposed to be a long process. It is for emergencies, after all. Here you go. I hope that'll be enough to maintain your discretion.
What's up? Yeah.
I appreciate you being flexible.
对哦，他这把手枪有没有什么特别的、啊？大死，他就叫大死哦，好像也没什么特别的啊，这只是那个什么模组挂很多而已啊，没了，就这。哎，伤害怎么特别高啊？
Exactly. It's like when someone insults you, you want to just...
Salut.
It's a shame House Varun abandoned their embassy. I bet we could have learned a lot from one another.
Ah, 这个是后门哦。记得好像说它这边有自动炮台。到。
When you have a few moments, there's something I'd like to discuss. I have an important personal decision to make, but I need to discuss something with you first. Phew, thank you. So, where to start? Before I was with the Navigator Corps, I was career military. Part of the United Colonies Navy. When the Colony War broke out, I was posted as the chief navigator on a warship, the Dauntless. In my case, I was third in command, which has a lot to do with the story. There was a particularly bloody battle. We were fighting over a world in the Eta Cassiopeia system. Worst fighting I'd ever seen. We lost 12 ships that day. 12. Including my own.
你自己
Economic reasons. Several of the worlds in the Cassiopeia system were mineral rich. Both sides wanted to drop refinery outposts on the surface to bolster their supply. No. This is important. I need to tell you this. The ship was barely intact. The captain and first mate died the previous day, which put me in command. A shrewd captain would have called for the crew to abandon ship, but I was so angry. I wanted to stay.
电梯嘛，
I needed
光源就只有那个啊。
The Dauntless was a tough little ship. No shields and the hull was breached, but it still had power. And weapons. That's why I remained in the battle. Huge mistake.
哇，疯起来，连自己都怕。
I believe you. But you haven't heard the worst of this. We fought for hours, but the damage was fatal. I gave the order to abandon ship and the crew piled into the escape shuttle. As the shuttle launched, I could see it was damaged. I heard screams before the radio cut. The last thing I saw, they were spiraling helplessly towards the planet's surface.
直接突破啦。
There was nothing I could do.
直接屠戮了，烧成灰。
It was my duty as acting captain to be the last person to leave the Dauntless. We had more than one escape shuttle available. So, I elected to wait until they were safe. The ship barely had enough power for comms and life support. All I could do was watch them die. You're sorry. For me? If I hadn't been so stubborn, so eager to prove that I could handle command, my crew would have had more time to escape. My superiors. When the dust settled, the United Colonies gave me a medal. Can you believe that? A damn medal. I never even had a chance to find the shuttle wreckage and give my crew a proper burial.
"这个感觉就是不是要选这个吧？这一选下去八九成是不喜欢啊。
After I checked every section of the ship for wounded crew, I took the other escape shuttle. If I hadn't, I would have died. The Dauntless came apart minutes after I escaped. That's true, but still, it doesn't erase the real issue here. Remember when you said no one but me would have pushed harder to keep the Navigator Corps going? Well, this time, pushing too hard cost lives. Don't you get it? Everything I do, everything I touch, somehow falls apart. That's why I'm worried about us.
有我在，哎，有我在啊！别像一句话就把我甩掉。
After everything you've heard, all my stories, you still have faith. No one's ever cared about me this much. Not even Aja.
但你拿枪指着我，我也没办法啊。哎，有，这好感度够是吧？
You know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about us, about our relationship, how we've
这种怪怪的地方
become
挑起，
close.
没问题吧？
I practiced what I was going to say when the moment was right, and now that it's here, my mind's gone blank. Look, you deserve the best. Someone who can give themselves to you
怎
entirely.
么还是不行吗？
But right now, I have
完了，
too much baggage,
被
too
发
much
卡
on my
了。
mind. I hope you'll forgive me for pushing you away. I just need time.
你也太难攻略了吧？
This isn't what I expected at all. It appears the flora they were using as decor has overgrown the entire embassy.
这吃的都很久哦，他们都这样子哦啊，一定要憋到最后，真难搞。更新一下，重新校正。OK， 哦，启动炮塔。
Ooh, I hope the data on there was worth all of the trouble.
架，别急。怎么听到有人哈了一声？ 你还叫我开？哦，是我想想看，好像已经4次了吧？跟改过他那个友军判定的，应该会有问题吧？啊，那人体模型这种病哦。
I've never seen a tree like this before in my entire life. It'd actually be more fascinating if its branches weren't blocking our way.
他们变恐怖游戏哦。
You picked the wrong fight. Looks like we're in the clear. Huge difference between being prepared and carrying too much.
这种机械好像还是一样是。
Another loser, another notch on the gun.
这种机械好像不能改那个什么，改它的那个友军。到处结婚离婚，有这事？那比较难一点。最后一个嘞。就是那个大使啊，大使是存活在这种地方，吓死我！是人啊！
Yes. Dropping off a few chores.
那一只其实我之前也没有拿，我之前好像拿一下就把它就丢掉。啊，刚刚那个任务给我就加紧拿一下。给你，统统给你，帮我多扛一点啊。然后附送了190，还是马上就满，到底。好了。
So long。
也是啊，这边伤害直接碾过去就好了。快，快，快！ 有些装备能减轻物品重量啊？没看过哎。
Well, I suppose they're not going to need it anymore. Wait. Did you hear that? I know you can.
我根本看不到啊！什么鬼地方啊？哎，是还有一个，看不到。不知道是不是我问题？这代感觉就是那个场景都爆干黑的。你看过啊？会。我还以为是队友在我后面堵我嘞。我好像上次有在看那个什么，我上次在看莫德的时候，好像有看到说什么移除那个他的那个调色吧，他的调色是调超暗的、啊。可是我看他移除之后，好像也没有变出多清晰，就是了。我已经打完了，都打完了就不用开了，从你那边出去就好了。还有啊。哎，没了。哦，真的很爱。这边应该有一个电源啊。哎，这个都已经打完了，这个就不用用了，开关就好了。开你灯。哎。大伤400多，角色等级哦，那我现在超菜的啊！我现在最高的好像就只有到这把吧，1而已，超烂。 因为打也打不痛。我要拿啊，蛋糕还是什么东西？那个电击枪无力化，他们好像很蛮好用。不，他们就软掉哦。还行啊，还行啊，是吧？对付那个移动速度很快的。
So. What seems punishment becomes providence. A reminder we can never truly know the Great Serpent's designs for us. You have my thanks, and my apologies for the ordeal you just endured. Come, let us discuss.
大死居然能在这种情况下活下来。
Not the ideal introduction, I suppose, giving you a grand tour of the embassy via barely functioning intercoms. I do greatly appreciate your persistence. I suspect the Venom tree upstairs has worked itself into more systems than I'd realized. But then again, who could cage such a beauty? Tell me though, what is it like outside? I heard the broadcast mentioning an attack. Then the embassy was struck with a power surge, and then
说是想要砍那个什么，是那个霓虹城那个是什么市长还是什么？还是谁啊？结果城人他不给我砍，直接穿过去。我记得那时候那个什么，那我直接在他面前拿东西，他还直接把我东西，他还直接把我那个身上的东西全部没收。
Harmless spores, you have my word, but hard to navigate. Hence why I was guiding you through the intercoms to restore the environmental controls. And release me. It is the sap of the tree that gives it its... well, perhaps not a topic for this exact moment. But I must know of the rest of the city. Does it still stand? I take it you didn't have such an experience where you were, then, hmm? Yes, the entire embassy was thrown into lockdown, trapping me in my quarters, disabling the Venom tree's filters, and arming the defenses. A disconcerting experience, to say the least. Was the rest of the city spared? Is that right, huh? I shall need to have these repairs seen to sooner rather than later. Now, it cannot solely be the Serpent's grace that brought you here at such an opportune moment. You were sent by the UC. That much is obvious. Who else could just waltz through my door, hmm? And the broadcast spoke of terror morphs at the spaceport. A worrying occurrence, certainly, but coming here of all places, when all I could provide is some enthused cheerleading and... an archive code. So the UC requires information, then. On terror morphs, presumably, hmm? Do I see this all clearly? The preservation of life stands as the very purpose of the archives. Using its data to prevent more attacks, there is logic there. But if I am to grant you access, I have a requirement. For years, House Varun has been known only as an agent of slaughter. We founded this embassy with hopes of shedding that legacy. With little success. In exchange for my code, I require this. You must be the one who ensures it is used for good. Ensure House Varun's legacy is more than just carnage. The knowledge you ask for isn't evil. No knowledge is. It is we who bend it to evil ends. Oh, you must assure me this will be used to save lives, not endanger them.
哇，超强哎！就躲在地下室的老头而已。
We'll do everything we can to make certain that happens.
Well, then I shall not fear. Please, follow me.
Great. I'm traveling with a criminal.
这边就不算头，这边就不算头，你的判定呢？
Will we all be so lucky next time the archives need to be accessed? Something to think on. The Great Serpent is so much more than a god. It is fate itself. When our founder, Jinan Varun, left the United Colonies 140 years ago for distant stars, it was the Serpent that compelled him to found his now great house. The Serpent made us who we are today. Its voice speaks to us, shepherding us through the dark, and infuses our lives with the meaning the universe so often fails to provide. It was tolerable, even pleasant, when my brethren were here in the embassy with me. We remade this place as best we could into a home we all would recognize. Our native flora, our iconography, our connection to the Serpent, they came with us. With my brethren gone, it has been trying. But the Great Serpent has always provided me a path in my darkest moments. House Varun committed itself to the Armistice. This was said at the time to be the desire of the Great Serpent, and I do not believe the Serpent decides such things on a whim. So, when my brethren left, I remained, honoring the Serpent's will as I saw fit, as is the right of all his followers. The affairs of House Varun are our own. They left. That is all there is to be said on the subject.
是这样，开始拜是不是？是他们的神像吗？看起来蛮像的。 哎，你没有给我卡，天啊！
The great serpent guide your path.
是吧？我要自己走回去哦。这间不知道是什么东西，这我觉得是电梯之类的啊，不是吗？ 立马修剪一下！我靠，这边真是迷路哎！是这个吗？吓死我！练腿术呢？每次都找不到我剑腿术跑哪里去？是不是应该把它拉到我的那个快捷键上啊？啊，真自己跑过去好了，在这边找。人那个什么，刚刚跑的话人都到了。
By the way, Captain, Sergeant Yumi was looking for you.
现
Sounds
在
like he's got more work.
现在忙啊！个宗师会不会看场合啊？会不会看状况？会不会看状况啊
Captain, I just received a couple messages from an operative in the embassy office. Did you actually succeed? With Radcliffe? And Balmore? Was he alive? Did they both actually
轻轻松
agree?
松啊！
That's incredible. I wasn't sure Radcliffe would ever get on board. I'm very much looking forward to getting the debrief on how precisely you managed to pull all this off, but that'll have to wait for another time. Regardless, superlative work, Captain. And now, I've already arranged everything with the archival monitors. When you get down there, the UC monitor will give you instructions on how to deploy the codes. Follow them to the letter.
现在很怕这种，就是就要用
The
什么
UC code piece
插
and
卡
an
的，
archival access card. The entrance is just
我
on
很
the
怕
other
跟那个
side
宝
of the
藏号
plaza
一样，
across from
插一
Mass.
插坏掉哦。
Absolute best behavior down there, all right?
等一下，为什么任务引导到我这里？引导到这里来啊？谁啊？哦，要帮我乱标好吗？
Navy's defeat at the Battle of Cheyenne by the Freestar Collective's ragtag fleet, both sides decided to time had come to bring the party. Keep it civil, or we will.
Captain, we've been expecting you. Please approach the monitoring station and we will go over the rules. Welcome, Captain, to the archives. To proceed, you will need to deposit your codes into the 3 corresponding receptacles. Once they are verified, I will open the door. Your data resides in Unit 18. You will not be able to access any of the other units. Once you've collected your data, return to the entrance. You may insert the first of the archival codes when you're ready to begin. All codes verified. Unlock engaged. You may proceed, Captain.
滚头看一下啊！居然是个箱子，我以为是个什么硬碟之类的哦。
Yes? You needed something?
There you are.
Captain. Surprised to find out we're having visitors as we work.
Major Sinan and I were just discussing the merits of your planned interfactional cooperation. I think it's a great idea. Get them invested in the solution. Make it clear we've got nothing to hide.
I'm sure they'll be lovely house guests.
Now, Captain, if you wouldn't mind transferring the documents to the Major, she and I have been discussing next steps.
Time for us to start getting some real answers, and figure out if we've been asking the right questions. So whenever you're ready. All right. Just make it quick, I guess.
好，就这样子啊，今天就到这吧。哎，刚好7个小时。感觉这边已经到一个段落吧，这边后面不知道在干嘛，开扁吗？大概是查完资料，查出什么弱点之后，然后就开扁。 再这样破下去，我看都要吃早餐哦。就先到这吧。哦，快4点了。